I have actually been on Balance of Nature for a year now. I have MS, and I recently had an MRI. This is the first year that I've had a stable MRI, so I'm thrilled. When I have an MRI with MS, usually there are glowing spots that come through, which is damage on the nerves in my brain and my spinal cord, and when they're glowing, it means they're active. And then my last MRI, they pulled it up, and I honestly couldn't believe that it was my MRI. There was nothing glowing. And in fact, the dark spots were shrinking. They were healing. And the doctor actually said to me, I think we're in remission. I was so happy. I had no idea that that could be my reality.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
What's happening? What does it mean? Why is it important? We've got the answer. AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. More bombs found in the New York City area. These were discovered in Elizabeth, New Jersey, and one went off when a police bomb squad robot was trying to disarm it last night. Fox's Tanya J. Powers has more live.
Dave, those devices were found by a couple of guys who reported seeing wires and pipes coming out of a package in a trash can near a train station. There were 5 bombs in the bag. Chris Bolwich is the mayor of Elizabeth and says the answers may take time.
Whether it's all tied in together, we're not going to know that for weeks, if not months, after an investigation.
New Jersey transit officials say the rail service is running again this morning, but there will be delays. Amtrak's Northeast Corridor line also affected. It's operating on a modified schedule today, Dave.
Tanya, 5 people who may be connected to Saturday night's bombing in New York City were taken into custody last night. They're now being questioned.
The timing of all this could not be any worse as the UN is convening here this week. The mayor and the governor of New York saying they're going to add 1,000 police officers in New York City to try and keep it secure. This is one of the busiest weeks in New York City.
Fox's Rob Schmidt near where the bomb went off Saturday, injuring 29 people. Police last night detonated a second pressure cooker device found Saturday that did not go off. It'll be examined by the FBI in Virginia. Police are looking for ties between the New York City bombs and the ones in New Jersey, including the device that went off before a road race on the Jersey Shore Saturday.
The house shook, and then when I came down, it's a shock. It really is.
Just hear a loud bang, a crash, whatever you want to call it.
No one was hurt in that explosion. ISIS is praising the stabbing attack in a Minnesota mall Saturday night that left 9 injured.
The terror group praising the attacker as a soldier of the state. 22-year-old Dahir Aden was born in Somalia, but moved to the U.S. as a child. He was a junior at St. Cloud State University. Inside the mall, Aden asked some of his 9 victims if they were Muslim before stabbing them.
Fox's Kelly Wright, an off-duty cop, shot and killed Aden. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Skies are clear this morning. We have 65 degrees at 5:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A portion of the CTA's Red Line is suspended on Chicago's South Side. Officials say trains were stopped early this morning between 95th and 63rd because of a medical emergency. No one is in custody after a pregnant woman and a man were shot and 1 killed, 1 critically wounded. It's a shooting that happened on Chicago's South Side in a parked car between 87th and near 87th and Marquette. The woman later died at a nearby hospital. Charges are pending after an off-duty Chicago police officer died in a motorcycle crash. Officer Charles Barango's motorcycle was struck by a car Sunday, a car that ran a red light in Forest View. The 14-year veteran of the department was pronounced dead at a nearby hospital. The driver of that other vehicle has been taken into custody. Authorities are investigating a deadly ATV crash that happened in rural Kane County. Jacqueline Lowry of Aurora was driving that ATV when it collided with an SUV near Terry and McDonald Avenues in unincorporated Aurora Township. Chicago Police Department says it's expanding the use of body cameras to include all officers on patrol within 2 years. Chicago Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson announced plans Sunday saying the numbers of body cameras will increase by several thousand. The expected cost to taxpayers around $8 million. Police in Chicago arrest a suspect in the robbery and shooting of a 71-year-old man attacked while watering his front yard. Chicago police say officers arrested 30-year-old Antoine Davis outside his home Friday afternoon. He's charged with several felony counts. Family and friends are mourning the death of Cook County Commissioner Joe Murphy. The 79-year-old's daughter says she died yesterday at her suburban Crestwood home following a long battle with breast cancer. Murphy began serving as commissioner in 2002. Autopsies are planned in the deaths of 4, including 3 children, whose bodies were found in a northern Illinois home destroyed by a weekend fire. Winnebago County coroners will complete the autopsies of the 27-year-old, 9-year-old, 6-year-old, and a 6-month-old infant. Chicago sports, Brewers clipped the Cubs 3-1 in the finale of a 4-game set at Wrigley Field. White Sox suffer a 10-3 loss to the Royals. And the Bears getting set to battle the Eagles on Monday Night Football. Martin Truex Jr. takes the checkered flag at the first NASCAR chase race at the Chicagoland Motor Speedway. The news is a service of Amtrak. Great memories are made on trains and not in traffic. Experience travel the way it should be. Go from Chicago to Minneapolis for $54 with Amtrak Saver Fares. And book now at Amtrak.com/SaverFares and see where the train can take you. Restrictions apply. It's 5:05, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The clock is ticking. The most important political event of the year comes to Chicago on October 29th. It's Freedom Summit 2016, featuring Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, Michelle Malkin, AM 560's Mike Gallagher, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and Joe Walsh. And just added, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, author of Defeating Jihad. Tickets start at just $39 and are available at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Chicago Anesthesia and Pain Specialists and by the Illinois Policy Institute.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, Joshi, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
5:06. Let's get an update on the road
to allow plenty of extra travel time. Earlier, there was a vehicle fire on the inbound Rye near 35th. That has all cleared. Maybe a tad bit of residual congestion. Everything's pretty much looking good there. But farther south on I-57, we're seeing delays now due to a crash. Traffic a little bit heavy around 119th Street. The other expressways and tollways are fine for now. Traffic is a service of the city of Sheboygan, Wisconsin. In Sheboygan, Wisconsin, there really is no traffic. The weather is always perfect for something. Biking, surfing, art museums, culinary experiences, and fun, all just a couple of hours' drive away. Get out-of-town information at visitsheboygan.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Let's get the latest this morning from our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Breezy and warm today with a mix of sun and clouds, high 85. Strong evening thunderstorm around, followed by a late night shower or thunderstorm in spots. Otherwise, tonight, partly cloudy with a low 64. Full day of sunshine tomorrow, high 82, and a partly cloudy night. Tomorrow night, low 63. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 62 now at O'Hare, 67 along the lakefront, 55 this morning in Aurora. Your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Advanced Planning Advisors, bringing you Smart Money Talk with Mike Moylan and Rob Curvin, Saturday mornings at 6.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well,
a very difficult weekend with these terrorist attacks in New York and New Jersey and St. Cloud, Minnesota, and some news overnight. Law enforcement officials telling the Associated Press that at least 5 men were being questioned. Their vehicle stopped on the Verrazano Bridge. 5 men being questioned in connection with the Chelsea bombings. No one has been charged with any crime. The investigation ongoing, but we know 5 men are in custody being questioned.
And they're all from the same family. That's what they said also. But again, they don't want to rush to judgment on this, but they did find video, and there's new video that surfaced. I haven't seen it yet, but it was talked about on CNN.
Dragging the duffel bag.
Yeah, and that shows the same person from the 23rd Street Chelsea attack, which a few blocks away was also spotted at the scene of the other pressure cooker that did not detonate.
And then additional news, you heard it at the top, but Elizabeth, New Jersey Mayor Christian Bollwag saying 5 suspicious devices were found in a backpack outside a train station last night. One of those devices exploded while a bomb squad robot was attempting to disarm it. No one injured.
Yeah, it was 2 guys that were walking down the street. They were going to a bar, actually, and they looked in and they saw this backpack and they unzipped it, and immediately they saw piping and wires. They dropped it right away, ran, called police. FBI showed up. FBI says it's an IED type of device. There's no cell phone connected to it, but they're looking at surveillance video from that bar because that bar is pointed, that one of the cameras is pointed directly by that garbage can. So, I mean, should we just start removing all garbage cans right now? I don't know. What should we do? I mean, that's I keep looking at garbage cans now too. When yesterday walking around the city, just looking in, seeing what could it happen here, what's going on.
Well, are you looking at men dressed in private security uniforms? Because that was the St. Cloud Mall attack. A man dressed in a private security uniform made reference to Allah, asked one victim if they were Muslim, and got a little stabbing 8 people before he was shot dead by an off-duty cop.
I know. And there's somebody that, was being interviewed by the Star Tribune that he came face to face with him and was asked that question. But we'll have that for you in a little bit. But it's when we're learning more about him, he's a 22-year-old. He was born in Kenya, came here when he was a kid. His dad told the Star Tribune in Minneapolis, that a straight-A student, good kid, acclimated well to
they're
the
always
American.
honor students.
To the American.
Everybody's an honor student.
I know. Isn't that sick that he said that? But his friends even said, too, that he was Americanized. We had no idea that he was capable of this. But ISIS has claimed responsibility. He was a soldier of ISIS.
Well, I'll tell you what, also just the asking one of the victims if they believed in Allah. Boy, doesn't it call to mind the Umpqua Community College shooting in Oregon, where the shooter was asking people if they were Christian, and when they said yes, he would execute them.
And the guy said, too, he asked me if I was Muslim, and I what do you say? I couldn't process what was going on, and then he tried to stab him.
Well, and now these bombs that were placed, I want to understand this because Comrade de Blasio, the mayor of New York City, unbelievably but true, was loath to characterize this as terrorism over the weekend. He characterized it as a quote-unquote intentional act. And so as to distinguish it from those pressure cookers filled with shrapnel wired up with a cell phone trigger that are placed accidentally.
Right, exactly. And they're also in the 2 bombs that were found in Chelsea, they also had Christmas lights inside of them, which is also what they used in San Bernardino on one of the pressure cookers there. They had Christmas lights inside of them.
Chris Christie, the governor of New Jersey, of course, was quick to call terrorism. Even Andrew Cuomo described it on Sunday morning as terrorism, though he didn't go so far as to make a connection to ISIS.
He wasn't sure if it's terrorist, but international terrorism.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. Let's just call things what they are, and then let's not make wild suppositions. Let's gather the facts so that we can speak intelligently. That's fine. What Cuomo said on that piece of it was fine. But de Blasio?
Yeah, this is great.
There is no evidence at this point of a terror connection to this incident.
It is per se terrorism.
Well, why are they so afraid to come out and just say it?
The authority is saying these bombs that thankfully, whether it was Seaside, New Jersey, or Elizabeth, New Jersey, or Chelsea, that thank God they didn't cause the carnage they intended to cause. 29 people injured. Yesterday, the report was that all of them have been released, right? So that's good news.
And in Seaside, New Jersey, they strapped 3 pipe bombs together. Only half of one went off. And thank God the race was delayed because it was such a popular race.
This 5K Marine race.
Yeah, it was supposed to start at 9:30. Didn't start until 9:45. So they had it timed to go off during the race. That was delayed because so many people wanted to participate, and they ended up not doing it anyway. But, I mean, are these two related, though? That's the question.
Well,
what happened in Seaside, New Jersey, Elizabeth, New Jersey, and then Chelsea, New York?
Yeah,
because you have pipe bombs in New Jersey, and then in New York you have pressure cookers.
Well, and I understand that David Axelrod is not yet willing to rule out the Tea Party responsibility. So I understand that.
That's true. Yes.
But the reaction from some, including one presidential candidate, you may have heard of her. Her name's Hillary Clinton. She was kind of wobbling through a statement on the plane in the wake of the news that there were bombings in Chelsea.
I've been briefed about the bombings in New York and New Jersey and the attack in Minnesota. Obviously, we need to do everything we can to support our first responders, also to pray for the victims. We have to let this investigation unfold. We've been in touch with various officials, including the mayor's office in New York, to learn what they are discovering as they conduct this investigation. And I'll have more to say about it when we actually know the facts.
More to say about it when we know the facts. That's a strong statement trailing off from Hillary Clinton. And she continued.
Secretary, do you have any reaction to the fact that Donald Trump immediately upon taking the stage tonight called the explosion in New York a bomb and said that to the crowd?
Well, I think it's important to know the facts about any incident like this. That's why it's critical to support the first responders, the investigators who are looking into it, trying to determine what did happen.
So Trump went off half-cocked, as it were, pun intended,
Yes.
when it comes to his statement, and which we'll hear in just a moment. But remember what Hillary said at the outset of her statement. I know it was kind of a whisper. I was briefed on what happened in Seaside, New Jersey, and Chelsea, and St. Cloud, and Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
So you were briefed by law enforcement who ostensibly told you that they were bombs, who ostensibly told you that the guy dressed as a security guard at the mall in St. Cloud invoked Allah before stabbing people. And I didn't hear the word terrorism in her remarks. Andrew Cuomo issued a stronger statement than did Hillary Clinton.
And here is his statement.
A bomb exploding in New York is obviously an act of terrorism, but it's not linked to international terrorism. In other words, we find no ISIS connection, etc.
Mike Scott, you had something to add on that?
Reports are from the Associated Press and other news sources that heavily armed FBI agents have just at this hour raided a location in Elizabeth, New Jersey. That's where that suspicious device exploded last night, where that police robot was attempting to disarm it. No word on whether the raid is connected to last night's incident right now. Officially, unofficially, the raid shows that location in Elizabeth is where they're focusing right now.
Okay, thank you for that update. Obviously, we'll keep you all updated as the morning rolls on and more information comes in, as well Mike Scott in his news reports. But going back to the reaction, I mean, is this important? Is this important that we call things what they are? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. When Andrew Cuomo, the governor of New York, hardly a alt-righter,
but that was
is making a statement
morning.
of the obvious, right?
It was obvious, but Donald Trump, I mean, he didn't even wait 30 minutes before he heard about it, but he gets off the plane and you know, this kind of scares people.
Just before I got off the plane, a bomb went off in New York, and nobody knows exactly what's going on. But boy, we are living in a time we better get very tough, folks.
Yeah.
I mean, how candidates react, you know, how would they react when they're commander-in-chief? Do you want someone who's a little off the cuff, a little shoots from the hip, or do you want someone who's canatonic.
Well,
she was.
I prefer not canatonic, but what was off the cuff about Trump?
I don't know.
He got off the plane in Colorado Springs. He was told what happened. He repeats what happened. What was Hillary Clinton told, and what did she say? I suspect she was told a lot more than she conveyed with that statement about supporting the first responders and waiting for facts to be gathered. Andrew Cuomo knew what it was. Why didn't Hillary?
Well, Andrew Cuomo, that soundbite came from yesterday morning. Hillary was interviewed on her plane Saturday night.
She was
She
briefed.
waited 2 hours, and he waited 30 minutes.
She was briefed.
She was briefed.
As she said, on all 3 attacks. And the response is, I don't know what this is. The response to this could all be happenstance, disconnected, not terrorist related, whether it's international and Islamic or not.
I thought it was a very careful statement.
I thought it was an anemic statement. And it's
And you thought she was kind of sickly, right?
Well, she was wobbly. But it's no different than de Blasio being willfully blind to terrorism, which, by the way, is also an intentional act. Comrade Bill. Let's go to Sharon in Itasca.
Hi, it's definitely an intentional act, and I'm so sick and tired of people tiptoeing around eggshells, because the sad fact is the Democrat Party has given up on what was known to be the white blue-collar worker, the tradesman. That's why those poor people in coal country have lost their jobs. You wouldn't see a triple bagger like Streisand want to give 1 penny to help their families out, even though their livelihood has been yanked right out from under them in the name of global warming. They've taken on to a very good affection with the migrants, which is dangerous, and illegal aliens. So there are 2 choices of constituencies that the Democrat Party has glommed onto to keep their power base going are very dangerous. And I'd love these politicians to live in a neighborhood with all these people, and whatever happens to them and their children and their spouses is going to happen. What we witnessed the day before yesterday is going to repeat itself throughout the country, because it is ISIS connected. They are radicalized via the internet, and I don't like people don't refuse to see the facts.
All right, thanks for the call, Sharon. I mean, we don't know that it's ISIS connected yet. Obviously, St. Cloud.
St. Cloud is
a different matter. We have more information there, but it sounds like we're going to get some more information out of New York in the not too distant future.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up, more of your phone calls, 312-642-5600, and you'll hear from the man who was confronted by the wielding knifeman and asked if he believed in Allah. But first, here's your forecast. Sunshine today, some high clouds, very warm, a high of 85 degrees. And then tonight for the Bears game, we're going to have a strong evening thunderstorm with some high winds, and by kickoff time that should be gone, and a temperature of 75 degrees. And then tomorrow, brilliant sunshine and a high of 82 degrees. Let's get the travel times, and welcome back Jim Telemonte.
Thank you, Amy. Good morning. Good morning, Daniel. A lot of sports traffic in the city tonight. The Cubs are also home in addition to the Bears. Right now, we have problems on I-57. Inbound at stop and go from before 103rd to the Rhine with that ongoing closure of the left lane. It's about a 4 or 5 minute delay. Outbound slow, 183rd to Flossmoor Road. There's a crash in the right lane. Slight delays at the inbound side of the Rhine. The Bishop Ford Freeway CTA Red Line service is suspended right now between 79th and 63rd due to a medical emergency. Shuttle buses are being provided. Riders could also use the 29 bus. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Did you know that if you have mutual funds in your IRA, 401k, or investment accounts, that according to Forbes magazine, you could be paying as much as 3.17% in hidden fees every single year? 3.17% may not sound like much, but over 10 years, it's costing you 32%, whether your fund is up or down. Hi, it's Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group in Chicago and host of the Alpha Wealth Hour on AM 560. This is just one of the reasons I hate mutual funds, and you should too. You may not know this, but you have far more investment options today without the excessive fees. Learn what they are in my free report, The Truth Behind Mutual Funds. What you learn may shock you. To get your free report, The Truth Behind Mutual Funds, call 630-519-4742. There's no obligation. That's 630-519-4742.
Investment advisory services. Offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
Somewhere in America, at just this moment, as you said listening to this radio show, there is a young person waiting to discover Ayn Rand's novels, waiting to have his or her life changed by the beauty of Ayn Rand's art and the logic of her ideas. Over the past decade, through ARI's Free Books to Teachers program, they have delivered more than 3 million copies of Ayn Rand's books to schools in every state. Right now, they are placing more than 5,000 copies of Anthem, The Fountainhead, and Atlas Shrugged in schools right here in Chicago. Since 2003, they have placed more than 50,000 of Ayn Rand's novels in the Chicagoland area. You can help reach young minds today. You can help reach more students within this listening area. Make your tax-deductible contribution now at AynRand.org/support. That's AYNRAND.org/SUPPORT.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain and complete suffering. It took many years before really we figured out exactly what it was or how to treat it. My whole goal was I did not want to be on high levels of pain medicine. After some time, I went to see Dr. Kenneth Candido to try to figure out the source of the pain and a solution and how to solve it. He listens. I'm going to cry because it's so real. I've been through so much, and he wants to help his patients, and he's there for me whenever I need him.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy talking about the bombings over the weekend in New York, New Jersey, the mall attack in St. Cloud, Minnesota. 5 individuals being detained and questioned. No one charged yet, but being questioned by New York City police in connection to the Chelsea bombings. And the Chelsea bombings, the choice is interesting. A number of analysts have made this point over the weekend, but there was a call in the recent weeks by ISIS to pick softer targets. And Jim Garrity, National Review, had a good write-up on this. The Chelsea bomber could have left the pressure cooker bombs closer to other sites that would be more symbolic, Times Square, the Empire State Building, Ground Zero Memorial. However, all of those sites would have more visible police presence and perhaps, in the bomber's mind, a more likely chance of being caught before detonation. The perpetrator may know the Chelsea neighborhood well enough to be confident he could place these bombs in locations without arousing suspicion and that they would unlikely to be discovered before detonation. So it is interesting. You've got the mall in Minnesota, and you've got these kind of iconic targets in New York and New Jersey.
Yet he knew, or he or she or the group knew where there would be people. I mean, look at the 5K Marine,
no question.
Marine 5K run. Thousands of people signed up for that run.
No question that they were intended to kill people. There's no question about that, and police have said as much as well. The shrapnel in the pressure cookers and the
Christmas lights and BB ball bearings. And
all the timing off. And as you said, the Seaside, New Jersey pipe bombs, only half of one of the 3 detonated. So
Right.
that's part of why there was not more injuries than there were, thankfully. Ed and Oak Brook, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
You guys have no idea the frustration I feel, and I think a lot of your other callers, and thanks for letting that one lady speak for as long as you did. The frustration I have is when Trump said whatever he did say, and then you get a person like Amy that doesn't like Trump for some odd reason, reacts negative to it, but then you listen to Hillary Clinton just waffling like every other politician. I want someone that's going to take some action, recognize that there is a problem. I'm sitting in my car here waiting for the train. The whole train could be blowing up any time. You can't even let your kids go anywhere anymore. And then those people that were stabbed in Minnesota, you couldn't even find that story really on Yahoo News Saturday. or Sunday.
Well,
and it's because who cares about a bunch of white people in Minnesota that were stabbed? Not that I know that they were white people or anything, but they're probably older, because that's who these Muslims take after. They go after the weak. They don't confront anyone that's stronger or the same size.
Well, eventually he confronted an off-duty police officer who killed
him.
him.
And then, Dan, you just mentioned that the police, I got to do this, and the police have to do that. After the liberal Democrats and also the media is trying to defame our police force. So you know what? We got a lot of issues, and you know what? Trump might not be the perfect person to be president, but his ideas are what we need right now.
Thanks for the call. I have no problem with Trump's statement and the timing of the statement. He relayed what he understood to be true. That's what I expect from the President of the United States, not couch language. Scott on the West Side.
Hi, Dan. Thanks for taking my call. Dan, I totally agree with you about Trump's statement. I was watching television all day yesterday, and Hillary, her statement, she seemed like she was medicated. Even her eyes had a blank stare in it. And what she said was totally the Democratic political diatribe that they always give, that they don't know who it was, that they don't know this, they don't know that. And I found absolutely nothing wrong with Trump's statement. I thought it was very presidential. I'm from the area of St. Cloud. I grew up there as a child, and it's a college town, and the police in his initial the chief of police in his initial interview stated that it was Muslims, or that the guy had said Allah. And then later on in the day, he didn't state that after the FBI was involved. And I thought that was interesting, how it was left out in the second interview.
Thanks for the call, Scott. I don't have a problem with people not saying what they don't know to be true. The issue is not saying what they do know to be true. That's the de Blasio and Hillary issue.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM 560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Hey, you've heard how Automated Systems excels at assisting companies with systems integration and FDA compliance, but they're also a staffing leader. They supply handpicked elite leadership, subject matter experts, and proven technical professionals in engineering, quality control, and FDA compliance to support the life sciences field in executing mission-critical projects. ASI provides highly specialized pros to deliver projects on time and budget. Don't pay a lot more to a big consulting firm, and don't trust the big temp agencies to supply the talent you need. Call Laz, my friend Laz at Automated Systems, when failure isn't an option. ASI is retained by all of Chicagoland's Fortune 500 life sciences companies, from big pharma to startups, and excel through a culture of excellence in execution. For a staffing, compliance, or automation evaluation, call Laz now at Automated Systems at 844-HIRE-ASI or visit AutomatedSYS.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI or AutomatedSYS.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, of course, we'll be keeping you up to date on all 3 attacks over this weekend.
And Obama goes all Festivus at the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation dinner. We'll have it at 5:38.
And he also said not supporting Hillary Clinton is sexist. We'll explain, but first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Clear skies, 63 degrees at O'Hare. There are reports that heavily armed FBI agents have raided a location in Elizabeth, New Jersey. It's where a suspicious device exploded when a police robot attempted to disarm it. 5 are in custody, as Dan and Amy have been telling you this morning. In connection with Saturday night's bombing in New York City, various reports say the 5 were stopped while driving in Brooklyn late Sunday. Jane Schreiberman telling the New York Post she was one who found one of the pressure cooker devices and thought initially it might be a kiddie science project.
I saw a pot on the sidewalk with things sticking out of it. I remember them saying, if you see something suspicious, call 911. So I said, well, that looks suspicious. I better be safe and call 911.
And she did. 29 were hurt in that Chelsea neighborhood blast. Officials in New Jersey investigating after that suspicious device exploded as a police robot attempted to disarm it. Elizabeth Mayor Chris Bolwag says a homeless man digging through the garbage at a train station last night discovered a suspicious backpack.
If that pub was crowded and there was a lot of people there, it could have severely injured, maimed, or killed many, many people.
There were reportedly 5 different devices in that backpack alone. The suspect behind the knife attack at a Minnesota shopping mall has been identified as St. Cloud Somali American Dahir Aden.
Our community in central Minnesota has no relationship with ISIS or any other Islamic terrorist group.
Mahmoud Muhammad of the St. Cloud Area Somali Salvation Group. Aden was a junior at St. Cloud State University, according to those reports. 71st UN General Assembly opens today amid heightened security. The co-founder of the ride-sharing service Lyft this morning saying most of its cars will be driving themselves in 5 years. Here in Chicago, a portion of the CTA Red Line suspended on Chicago's south side because of a medical emergency. Jim Talamonte will be along in just a moment with an update on that developing story. And no one is in custody after a pregnant woman was shot and killed and a man critically hurt in a shooting on Chicago's south side where a baby was delivered. That child this morning has been saved. Brewers clip the Cubs. White Sox suffer a loss to the Royals. And the Bears battling the Eagles tonight. The news service of Back to School Illinois, providing school supplies for children in need. And you can help making a donation at be2si.org. Back to School Illinois, working to improve educational opportunities for Illinois children. be2si.org. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher wonders if Hillary's health is a concern.
When your health has been invoked as the reason you were forgetful while Secretary of State, this matters. Isn't her health fair game? It's not a conspiracy theory when you have to wonder about a woman who has such a coughing jag again on the campaign trail.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Half-price Wing Tuesdays now at B-Dubs. Any size order of traditional wings costs half as much, making Tuesdays twice as good. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Valid at participating locations for a limited time.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. Joyce called to lower her rate and pay her loan off in 27 years. I helped Joyce secure a 27-year fixed loan, saved her $45 a month, and paid all her closing costs. $45 a month might not sound like a lot, but Joyce will apply the savings to her new mortgage payment to pay her loan off in 25 years and save her over $20,000 in mortgage payments. I lowered Joyce's rate, payment, and saved her over $20,000 in mortgage payments. If you want to see if I could help you like I helped Joyce, give me a call at 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. I've helped thousands of AM 560 listeners, but I can't help if you don't call 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage and Equal Housing Lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage License D4358, RMLA, NMLS 19186.
History teaches us that America, the West, won the Cold War. The Soviet Union collapsed and millions were liberated from behind the Iron Curtain. But that's not how the Russians see it. To global communists, it was merely a strategic retreat. That's the theme of the film Collapse of Communism, The Untold Story by Robert Buchar. Join him to screen and discuss the film at a special free event hosted by the Heartland Institute in Arlington Heights. Buchar himself, a defector from Czechoslovakia, interviewed dozens of prominent defectors from the Soviet Union, former KGB agents, historians, and former Secretary of Defense Robert Gates to uncover the true story of how and why the Soviet Union fell. Global communism may be a shadow of its former self, but it's not dead, and neither is the desire of Russia to dominate the lives of others. Learn more at this free event at the Heartland Institute Wednesday, September 28th. Go to heartland.org to register or call 312-377-4000. That's 312-377-4000.
537 in our AM 560 traffic center. Here is AM 560's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. We're still seeing a shutdown of CTA Red Line service between 79th and 63rd after the fatal incident involving a person on the tracks. Shuttle bus is running. Again, no service between 79th and 63rd right now. Delays on inbound I-57 starting around 119th Street It's 25 minutes, I-80 to the Merritt, Bishop Ford at 23 minutes. Then the Ryan is 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. Down Stevenson, a little heavy from Cicero to Pulaski. The Edens and the Kennedy are fine. The Eisenhower just a little congested past Manheim. Traffic is a service of GAF Roofing. Roofing contractors come to Lowe's, Arlington Heights, Illinois for a special Pro Appreciation event Friday, September 23rd from 11 to 1. Meet the local GAF team. Get discounts on one pallet or more of GAF shingles while supplies last. That's September 23rd at the Lowe's in Arlington Heights, Illinois. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Sunshine will mix with clouds, breezy, very warm, about 11 degrees over the normal high temperature for this day, 85 top out there today, 62 at O'Hare. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Live with Andrew Holmes. Get honest answers to your questions every Sunday at 12 noon.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. And again, we'll keep you updated on the details of many things that are ongoing in connection to the bombings over the weekend, in addition to the 5 explosive devices that were found at a subway station in Elizabeth, New Jersey last night. Also, as Mike Scott reported, a raid underway in connection with those explosive devices that were found in New Jersey. And then on the other side of the bridge, you've got 5 individuals being they're in custody and they're being interrogated by New York City police in connection with the Chelsea bombing.
Yeah, and we've learned that those 5 suspects are all in the same family. They're all from the same family, and apparently there's new video overnight showing the same man at the first location on 23rd Street in Chelsea, and also a few blocks away with the other pressure cooker that did not go off.
But we don't have any more details on those individuals at this point, or anything else.
And all the devices are in
done.
Quantico being examined.
Well, over the weekend, President Obama, against the backdrop of these stories, Amy.
Yes.
Trump saw a 16.5 percentage point increase in backing from black voters in an LA Times USC tracking poll, up from 3.1% on September 10th to 19.6% on Friday. The same poll showed Clinton support among black families plummeting from 90% to 71%. And then this story in the Washington Post. Among Democrats, deep concern about Clinton's Hispanic strategy. And then this story in the Wall Street Journal. Millennials have cooled on Hillary, forcing a campaign reset. Those are 3 core constituencies of the left if you're going to be president of the United States, which Hillary Clinton is in deep jeopardy of ever realizing. The life she's led has killed the dream she dreamed. So that led President Obama, on the occasion of the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation dinner, to go all Festivus at the event. Hey, he may not be on the ballot, but his legacy is.
In fact, if you want to give Michelle and me a good send-off, and that was a beautiful video, but don't just watch us walk off into the sunset now. Get people registered to vote. If you care about our legacy, realize everything we stand for is at stake. All the progress we've made is at stake in this election.
Yeah, and you don't do his bidding, and this time it's personal.
And after we have achieved historic turnout in 2008 and 2012, especially in the African-American community, I will consider it a personal insult, an insult to my legacy, if this community lets down its guard and fails to activate itself in this election. You want to give me a good send-off? Go vote!
I don't blame him at all for trying to rally the African-American voters. The ones that supported him, it's a slap in the face if you don't get out there and vote for Hillary.
Yeah. Is it a slap in the face, or has he slapped them in the face? The progress, all of the progress that has been achieved for African-American families, and by extension, minority families. Could you delineate that for me? Could you
what
detail
his
the
presidency's
progress?
done.
What,
Yeah.
what's the progress exactly?
We've gone back. The progress, higher homicide rates, at least here in Chicago.
Well, you have a spike in violent crime around the country. You have where are household incomes in minority communities? Where are they versus where they were before he took office? What's the employment situation?
Oh, he claims unemployment is down.
Well, full employment,
4.9%.
Yeah, well, it's funny. 47% unemployment among black teenagers in the city of Chicago. Not just teenagers, like 18 to 25-year-olds. I guess that's a kid these days under Obamacare. But what about the schools in our urban centers? What? I mean, it's not a federal issue, but he made it one, and with his basketball flunky, useful idiot Arnie Duncan. And Race to the Top, that was going to be transformative. Of course not. You can't transform K through 12 education from D.C. Never will. So the progress we have made, specifically speaking to black voters, I'm not clear on the progress. I'd be happy to have my opinion informed on the topic, but I'm just not clear on the progress. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro. Answer line 64636DA, turnkey.pro. Text line.
And it's those facts that Donald Trump keeps saying to the African-American groups when he's trying to court their vote, saying, what has the Democratic Party done for you? You have nothing to lose. Try Trump.
And that may be starting to have some resonance, according to that LA Times USC poll. Ron on the South Side.
Hey, good morning, Dan.
Hey, Ron.
This guy is a joke. First of all, I found it a slap in the face and an insult to me when he came here and endorsed Rahm Emanuel. When you just listen to that, it just makes me sick, almost like he's talking to a child. And I told some black people, it was the same speech he gave when he said, get off the couch. It's the same thing. You know what? How many more days do we have to go before he's gone? Okay? Goodbye. Good riddance. And you know what? Take Hillary with you. Have a good day.
Thanks for the call, Ron.
Well, speaking of Hillary, he also said that about not voting for Hillary, that we're still a sexist society.
Of course.
He said there's no audio of this because this was at a D.C. fundraiser last night.
Hillary's running as a woman this time, right?
Yes,
she is running as a woman this time.
So he suggested that sexism in society could be hurting her. And he said, quote, there's a reason why we haven't had a woman president, that we as a society still grapple with what it means to see powerful women.
Really?
Uh-huh. And it still troubles us in a lot of ways unfairly, and that expresses itself in all sorts of ways.
That's funny. We in Oklahoma don't have trouble saying a woman is governor. We in South Carolina don't have trouble saying a woman is U.S.
In
Senator.
New Mexico.
We in New Mexico.
So
I could go on and on, but I think you get the point that we in the White House don't have a substantive argument to make, so we in the White House fall back on the isms and the phobias, just like Hillary did. Oh, by the way, I know you'll hear my commentary this week, which I'm sure you'll enjoy, on these airwaves. But, it wasn't so long ago that Hillary and Barack Obama were in the basket of deplorables that she attributes 50% of Trump's support to, right? It wasn't so long ago, all the way back before 2013. You got to go all the way back 3 years. Hillary Clinton was opposed to marriage redefinition.
Yes, she was.
So
was Obama.
That's right. And then Hillary celebrated the Supreme Court overturning the Defense of Marriage Act that one President Bill Clinton, who is a relation, signed into law. It wasn't so long ago that Hillary Clinton said, I'm opposed to illegal immigrants. That was as a U.S. Senator, not as a child. It wasn't so long ago, it was after 9/11, that Hillary okayed the idea of racially profiling Muslims. That was as a U.S. Senator. I mean, very much like our own Dick Durbin was once a pro-lifer who advocated for the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Our own Jesse Jackson Sr. once referred to abortion as genocide. It's so interesting, these individuals who decry the phobias and the isms that, based on their redefinitions, they used to abide, because you know what it is? Their intellectual inconsistency supports their consistent outlook, which is, I will do anything and I will say anything to exercise dominion over other people's lives. And that's the appeal that Barack Obama is making. By the way, it just happened to be over the weekend, Jesse Lee Peterson, who is a man of the cloth as well, and wrote a book called The Antidote, Healing America from the Poison of Hate, Blame, and Victimhood. He's an African-American pastor. He sat down with Ginny Thomas for this interview series she does for the Daily Caller, and listen to what Jesse Lee Peterson had to say about black families and the Democrat Party.
The race hustlers are people like Jesse Jackson, the NAACP, the Congressional Black Caucus, Louis Farrakhan, the so-called civil rights leaders, many other black preachers, Barack Obama. They're all into keeping black Americans angry and demoralized for power and wealth for themselves. And you have to demoralize a person or people in order to control them. You cannot control a moral people. So they keep them in a state of anger and confusion so that they can use them for their personal gain. They know that the problem is the family. They know that these people need a father and a mother, and they know that they're angry about that, but they won't tell them because they don't want the blacks to wake up and take control of their own lives. If they did, the race hustlers would go out of business, and that's why they won't tell the truth.
There you go.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Hot day for September, that's for sure. We're going to have a high of 85 degrees. It'll be breezy, some sun and clouds mixing. Tonight, a strong evening thunderstorm followed by a thunderstorm in spots later, and a low of 64 degrees. And tomorrow, some brilliant sunshine, they say, and a high of 82. Let's get those travel times and say hello again to Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. CTA Red Line service is still disrupted between 79th and 63rd after an earlier fatal incident on the tracks. CTA is providing shuttles. There are delays on I-57 with that ongoing closure. The left lane from Halstead up to 95th. It's already 28 minutes. I-80 to the merge. Delays start at 119th. Bishop Ford at 23 minutes. Then the Ryan runs 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. Edens is fine. Outbound Kennedy, a little heavy approaching 190. We do see delays now on westbound 190 from the Kennedy to Manheim. Inbound Eisenhower, it's a 2 or 3 minute delay from Wolf to 25th. Inbound Stevenson, it's slow first Weber to 53 and then Harlem to Kedzie. 40 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound a little slow approaching Cicero with some midway traffic. Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
Well, I had back pain for the last 40 years. 4 days after I started taking this stuff, it's gone.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code Chicago.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity. Not so long ago, Hillary Clinton was in the basket of deplorables she described as providing half of the supporters Donald Trump enjoys. Way back before 2013, Hillary opposed marriage redefinition. That was before she celebrated the Supreme Court's nullification of the Defense of Marriage Act Hillary had previously championed when President Bill Clinton signed it into law. As a U.S. Senator, Hillary declared she was, quote, adamantly opposed to illegal immigrants, unquote. That same U.S. Senator Hillary Clinton supported racial profiling of Muslims after the 9/11 attacks. Per her redefinitions, Hillary was for all of the isms and phobias before she was against them. Well, she's in deplorable company on the left. Jesse Jackson Sr. once termed abortion genocide. Democrat Assistant Senate Minority Leader Dick Durbin was once a pro-lifer who advocated overturning Roe v. Wade. Times change, but the left never does. The inconsistencies of the leftists' positions are in service of their consistent overriding purpose, which is the dominion over the lives of others. And that's what's truly deplorable.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, let's get a couple calls in here. How about Holly and Hudson? You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. Two comments. One, I heard yesterday on a pundit say that one of the accomplishments of the Obama administration was that they realized these are all lone wolf accidents and incidents, and so they've normalized Americans to accept that every 6 months something's going to go wrong and no president can control it. So that they were saying that's one of the best things that has happened in the Obama administration. But the reason I called was to say I invite everybody to go online and look at that Hillary press conference that she gave on the plane and tell me that somewhere there wasn't a focus group that said that people like Hillary, people like her more when she's sleepy and wobbly, because that was a terrible performance by her. She is not ready for a call at 3 a.m. She is not ready for a call at 9 p.m.
Thanks for the call. She must have
I'm
had
in
the
a weird
fish.
position of defending her, but I didn't see it that way at all. I saw her as calm, cool, collected, waiting for the process, the investigation to take place before shooting from the hip. I mean, Donald Trump came out without even knowing all the information and just said, New York City, there's been a bombing. It was an explosion that went off and 29 people had minor injuries. He made it sound catastrophic, like he scared me. This is we've been bombed by some foreign entity.
Well, you don't know what Donald Trump knew?
No, I don't.
One.
And I don't know what...
Right. So what Donald Trump said was correct. That's what happened. It was a bombing. So that's number one. You don't know what he knew. And secondly, Hillary Clinton said, I was briefed on all three attacks, New Jersey, New York, and St. Cloud, Minnesota, and yet I have no characterization of those attacks. Kent in Lincoln Park.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, I was going to make that point, too. You have no idea who Donald Trump talked to before he made his comments, first of all. And second of all, to suggest that Hillary Clinton, I've never seen her look more medicated in my life. And I'll say this about Donald Trump. I've been for him from the beginning. And whether I'm right or wrong, that's one thing. But I have never in my life seen anybody, next to probably Barack Obama, that's more unqualified to be president of the United States than her. And even with the media in the tank for her, she's still losing. So try that one, Amy.
Thanks, Kent.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Alice, owner of a growing company. Our entire business depends on our phones, so I was challenged when our phone service providers struggled to deliver our calls. Missed calls means lost revenue. I heard Innovative Networks helped AM 560, so I called. They provided an innovative solution that reinforced our phone infrastructure and enhanced call flow. I truly appreciate how comprehensive, diligent, and cost-effective Innovative Networks was in providing us a solution that scales as my business expands. They even replaced our outdated phone system and provided hands-on training to maximize our capabilities. Amazingly, it cost us nothing. I'm saving money and more focused on growing my business. I'm thrilled with Innovative Networks.
Follow Alice's lead and call Innovative Networks at 312-889-9090. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Call 312-889-9090 or visit go4inet.com. Are you happy with your carrier?
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing, independently owned business bank. Signature Bank listens to your story, learns about your business, and sticks with their customers. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Brian Duncan, co-founder of Signature Bank. Born and raised in Chicagoland, my partners and I knew this city needed a locally owned business bank. As fellow entrepreneurs, we know the challenges facing businesses, and we are invested in our customers' success. We are here to build mutually beneficial, long-term, lasting relationships with our customers. We look forward to helping our customers reach their goals every day, and we are here to see them succeed. At Signature Bank, you work directly with decision makers who understand your business and can deliver on their promises.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Attention Second Amendment patriots. Just Target Guns of Libertyville in Lake County just returned from the largest gun show in America with new products. They're fully stocked for home defense and all shooting sports. Just Target Guns, located in Libertyville on Peterson Road, is the place to go for rifles, pistols, antique firearms, ammunition, and all levels of shotguns. Connie Shanahan and the knowledgeable staff at Just Target Guns will answer all your questions, no matter your level of experience, and help discover what you need for sports shooting, trap, skeet, target practice, or self-defense. Whether you're a novice shooter or a highly trained professional, Just Target Guns has got your brass covered. Get your FOID card, sign up for firearms training, and conceal and carry classes. Just Target Guns also has a skilled gunsmith on staff for repairs, and firearm appraisals are done in-house. Exercise your Second Amendment rights and set your sight on JustTargetGuns.com. That's JustTargetGuns.com.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Donald Trump attempts to put the birther issue to rest at 6:06.
But first, let's go into the newsroom with all the breaking news. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Fox with the latest on reports that heavily armed FBI agents have raided a location in Elizabeth, New Jersey. WIND Chicago News Time, 6.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. 5 people taken into custody in New York City in the probe into Saturday night's bombing, while 5 more bombs are found in nearby New Jersey. That's the bomb squad robot they used last night in Elizabeth. Fox's Tanya J. Powers has more on that live.
Dave, those 5 devices were found in a backpack that was discovered in a trash can near a train station, prompting transit officials to shut down service for hours. Elizabeth Mayor Chris Bulwidge says the handling of the devices was a joint effort.
And the state police were dismantling one of the devices. It exploded.
Commuter trains have now resumed service. Amtrak's Northeast Corridor service is operating on a modified schedule. That means delays for many, Dave.
Now, Tanya, as for those taken into custody.
Surveillance video has led police to make some quick leads in this case, and actually the FBI pulling over a car in Brooklyn on the Belt Parkway overnight that had at least five occupants inside, and all are considered to be persons of interest in this case. So we'll see where that leads. Those 5 are being interviewed.
Fox's Rob Schmidt near where the bomb went off Saturday night, injuring 29 people. A second device found Saturday, a pressure cooker that didn't go off, was detonated last night and will be examined by the FBI in Virginia. ISIS is calling the Somali-born college student who went on a stabbing spree in a Minnesota mall one of its soldiers. He made reference to a law during the attack, even asked the victim if he was a Muslim before stabbing him. This man was one of the 9 injured.
He just came up, I braced myself, side of the head, fell down to the ground. Didn't say a single word, just walked right past me like a machine or something.
An off-duty police officer shot and killed Tahir Adon at the Emmys. Game of Thrones won Best TV Drama. Veep, Top Comedy. Julia Louis-Dreyfus got emotional accepting the Best Comedy Actress Award on ABC.
I'd like to dedicate this to my father, William Louis-Dreyfus, who passed away on Friday.
The People vs. O.J. Simpson won 5 Emmys. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
57 degrees at O'Hare, 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer, good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Portion of the CTA Red Line suspended on Chicago's South Side. Train stopped early this morning between 95th and 63rd because of a medical emergency on the tracks. Jim Telemonte follows up in traffic in just a moment. No one in custody after a pregnant woman was killed. A man critically hurt happened in a shooting on Chicago's South Side. The Sun-Times this morning reporting the pregnant woman's baby was delivered and has been saved. Charges are pending after an off-duty Chicago police officer died in a motorcycle crash. Officer Charles Barango's cycle was struck by a car Sunday that ran a red light in Forest View on Central Avenue. The 14-year veteran of the department pronounced dead at a nearby hospital. Chicago police say they will expand their use of body cameras to include all officers on patrol within 2 years. Superintendent Eddie Johnson, announcing the plan Sunday, says numbers of body cameras will increase by several thousand. Family and friends are mourning the death of Cook County Commissioner Joan Murphy. The 79-year-old's daughter says she died yesterday at her suburban Crestwood home following a battle with breast cancer. She began serving as commissioner in 2002. Prosecutors are asking a judge today at the Dirksen Federal Building to sentence a reputed associate of Mexican drug lord Joaquin El Chapo Guzman to around 11 years in prison for helping launder more than $1.5 million in drug money. Edgar Ortega, scheduled to be sentenced in a Chicago federal courtroom. Ortega, whose nickname is the Fox, faces a maximum 20-year sentence. And a fan shall always be 16 going on 17. Former actress Charmian Carr, who played Liesl in the 1965 musical Sound of Music, has died. But here's what you may not know. She was 73. She died of a rare form of dementia, but her acting and her childhood was here in Chicago. She was born here in 1942. She grew up here, but left for L.A. at the age of 11. Brewers clip the Cubs 3-1. Sox suffer a 10-3 loss to the Royals, and the Bears battle the Eagles tonight. The news service of the DEA Heroin and Opioid Awareness Week. It's in our cities, it's in our schools, it's in our homes. Heroin and prescription opioid-related overdoses impact our communities, but you can make a difference. Talk to your loved ones and get smart about drugs for resources to start that conversation. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The clock is ticking. The most important political event of the year comes to Chicago on October 29th. It's Freedom Summit 2016, featuring Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, Michelle Malkin, AM 560's Mike Gallagher, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and Joe Walsh. And just added, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, author of Defeating Jihad. Tickets start at just $39 and are available at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Dr. Amy and Associates, the Federal Savings Bank, and by Combined Sales.
America is taking the lead in energy,
leading the world in oil and natural gas production. I vote to keep it going. With the right policies, we can produce, refine, and supply
more oil and natural gas.
And more abundant energy
means more affordable energy for American families.
A more secure America.
Jobs,
opportunity, and economic growth for our children
and grandchildren.
That's why this election, I'm voting
for American energy.
Learn more at voteforenergy.org.
Join us and become an energy voter.
Brought to you by American Petroleum Institute.
Focus. You need it to run a business, so don't let legal questions distract you. Use LegalZoom instead. Things like lease agreements and employment laws get complicated, but they're part of running a business. That's why LegalZoom built a network of independent attorneys in 48 states. You can rely on them for the legal details without paying by the hour, since LegalZoom isn't a law firm. So focus on growing your business and use LegalZoom for the legal stuff. LegalZoom. Legal help is here.
6:06. Let's get an update on those roads and rails this morning in the AM 560 Traffic Center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. And CTA Red Line service is still suspended in both directions between 79th and 63rd after that incident on the tracks. The CTA does have shuttle service available. Another option is the 29 bus. The Edens is fine right now. Kennedy inbound heavy out of the River Road toll. 24 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 32 minutes with additional delays on westbound 190. The Eisenhower is 34 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 30. Stevenson 44 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 36, heavy approaching Cicero. Ryan 22 minutes, 95th to downtown, I-57 Bishopford both heavy, already 30 minutes, I-80 to the merge. Traffic is a service of Colorado State University Global Campus. The weather is one less thing to worry about when you earn your degree 100% online. CSU Global designs every program with working adults in mind, and you can attend from anywhere that you have an internet connection. Learn more at csuglobal.edu. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here is our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, sunshine mixing with clouds, breezy and very warm. High 85. Tonight, partly cloudy with a strong evening thunderstorm in the area, followed by a shower or thunderstorm response late at night, low 64. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
57 at O'Hare, 65 along the lakefront, 54 this morning in Aurora. Your next news update at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Monday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Just before I got off the plane, a bomb went off in New York, and we better get very tough, folks. We better get very, very tough.
There is no evidence at this point of a terror connection to this incident.
I think it's always wiser to wait until you have information before making conclusions.
It's an awful day, honestly, for, we've got 8 victims that were assaulted here in our mall. And so guess what? Starting tomorrow, things won't be the same here.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We will continue to update what we find out about the bombings in Chelsea, the attempted bombings in Seaside, New Jersey, in Elizabeth, New Jersey, the stabbing in St. Cloud, Minnesota, all of the terrorist attacks over the weekend. There's one indication that investigators now saying possible terrorist cell behind the bombings, at least on the eastern seaboard. Possible terrorist cell, so it's trending in the direction that you suspected it might when you're talking about the same individual showing up on surveillance video with respect to the Chelsea bombs that were placed 4 blocks apart.
The same man at both New York City scenes. And also last night while you were sleeping in Elizabeth, New Jersey, 2 passerbys, 2 guys were walking down the street, looked in a garbage can. There was a backpack in there. They unzipped it, saw some metal and wires, immediately dropped it. 5 pipe bombs inside there, and 1 detonated while the FBI robot was, trying to take it from the scene. No injuries. Yeah, to defuse it. No injuries, but now they are raiding. The FBI has a raid underway in Elizabeth, New Jersey.
New Jersey home near the train station, that FBI raid, and then on the New York side, we've got 5 individuals in custody that are being interrogated. No one charged yet, at least not that I've seen. But 5 individuals in custody being interrogated by New York police and ostensibly the FBI.
Is there any possibility that their bombings are related to the UN General Assembly meeting this week and Obama speaking for the last time? I mean, who knows?
Well, it certainly, it certainly is a message sender in advance of the gathering of heads of state this week. There's no question about it. In addition to the call from ISIS a few weeks ago to go after softer targets where you're less likely to be detected. So I'm not going to, go around the UN building or the Empire State Building or areas of high security. I'll go softer targets, the Chelsea neighborhood, a Marine 5K in Seaside, New Jersey, a train station in Elizabeth, New Jersey. And so there could be something to that, too. We don't know. But that was a call that was made, and we'll find out as information becomes available from investigators.
And the 2 pressure cookers, the one that was detonated and the one that was not, they both had the same materials inside: BBs, ball bearings, Christmas lights. They both had flip phones attached, so they do believe that is the work of the same person. They're trying to see if that's related to the New Jersey. But thank goodness that Marine Corps 5K run was so popular that it did not start on time, because that detonated right at the start of the race, but it was delayed because so many people were late to signing up for it. And it was 3 bombs attached, 3 pipe bombs, but only half of one was detonated.
And the 29 individuals that were injured in the Chelsea bombings all released from the hospital, according to Governor Andrew Cuomo yesterday. So that's a bit of good news. And we'll have Tanya Powers from Fox News on at 6:46 to give us the latest. She is on the ground in New York. But I want to turn to another issue that got adjudicated over the weekend, if you will, and that's the birther issue. I will take all apology calls to 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, and apology text to 64636DA because of your
apologies.
Yeah, because I suggested weeks ago that Donald Trump take the opportunity to apologize for his foray into birtherism and to use that as the opportunity to make an additional overture to black families in particular, as well as to kind of round off the edges on some of his penchant for conspiracy theory in the minds of voters, generally speaking. And a lot of people say, oh, he doesn't have to apologize. He doesn't have to say anything about it. It's Hillary Clinton's fault and so on and so forth. Well, on Friday, he didn't go so far as an apology, but he did make a definitive statement about the president's birthplace.
Hillary Clinton and her campaign of 2008 started the birther controversy. I finished it. You know what I mean. President Barack Obama was born in the United States, period. Now we all want to get back to making America strong and great again. Thank you. Thank you very much.
It was a 7-second statement after a 25-minute buildup at, by the way, his new hotel in Washington, D.C. He didn't apologize to President Obama. He didn't take any questions from reporters.
Surrounded by Gold Star families.
Yes, and it was just, it's so bizarre. I mean, if you're going to apologize or make a statement like that after a 5-year smear campaign, then you need to man up and apologize and say, I was wrong at the very least. Why couldn't he do that? And here's 5 years. I put NBC put a montage together. His 5-year smear campaign against President Obama.
Why doesn't he show his birth certificate?
I'm starting to wonder myself whether or not he was born in this country.
So I have people that actually have been studying it, and they cannot believe what they're finding. He gave a birth certificate. Whether or not that was a real certificate, because a lot of people question it, I certainly question it.
Did you question it when you saw the record of live birth? Because that's what it was.
No, I didn't question it. I mean, here's the thing. I was wrong on the matter. At minimum, I was wrong on the matter. He was born in the United States. End of story. Let's get on to the sum and substance of this campaign. Would have been better. An apology would have been the best, because it would only serve to cut against one of the excesses that prevents him from generating more support than he's otherwise generating, and that's his arrogance and his unwillingness to admit when he is so obviously wrong as he is in this case. Now, as usual, when it comes to these two, they're both complicit in this, right? So what he said.
The thing, right? So he drops one false theory and picks up another. I mean, did Hillary Clinton start the birther?
Let me cede my time to Reince Priebus, who was on Fox News. Please. Who was on Face the Nation on the topic of birtherism.
I don't think Donald Trump was thinking about 2016 and 2011. It was an issue that he was interested in. It was an issue that I believe, and I think the preponderance of evidence shows Hillary Clinton started it. And after getting this issue resolved, he proclaimed on Friday that he believed that the president was born in America, just like I have as chairman of the Republican Party, and I've never believed that he wasn't born in the United States of America.
Yeah, so it's with these two, whatever the criticism is, the other one has an open flank for the same criticism, and so is the case with Hillary. The New York Times reporting in 2009, Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton wanted to hire Mr. Sidney Blumenthal, Whispering Sid, a loyal confidant who had helped her promote the idea of a vast right-wing conspiracy theory more than a decade ago. But President Obama's campaign veterans still blamed him for spreading harsh attacks against their candidate in the primary showdown with Mrs. Clinton. This is the New York Times reporting in 2009. Blumenthal denied he spread the rumor about Obama's birth to the Boston Globe, but later in the day, McClatchy News Service itself made it clear that the charge is merited. In fact, the chain sent a reporter to Kenya at Blumenthal's urging to look into what he had to say.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah, there's that. So it wasn't a false theory.
No, it wasn't. But he said that she started it and he ended it.
Well, this is the thing.
But then you look at people like Sheriff Joe Arpaio. He had a birther posse, volunteers, people who were retired that live in Arizona, that was their main goal. They met once a week, and they were looking into his past to see whether or not they can dig up and find a birth certificate.
It was an absurd gambit. And again, Trump understood at this point, finally, that he needed to put it to bed. Now, the flip side is the hysteria of the left on this. I mean, they're so desperate to grab onto something as they're flailing in the dark. Tim Kaine on This Week, I mean, good. He compared the birther thing to the Civil War.
I know. It was.
I mean, come on.
Crazy.
It's that's how desperate they are. It was just uncomfortable. But and of course they're continuing to try and get the last, best political capital they can extract from this issue out. It wasn't the best statement. It wasn't as strong a statement as he could have made, as he should have made. But I think it effectively puts this in the rearview mirror.
Well, the person that it was, targeted, President Obama, he's glad that he's born in the United States.
I was pretty confident about where I was born. I think most people were as well.
Yeah,
and this is why the birther issue was so dumb, because it allowed that glib flim-flam man, President Obama, to use that as an issue to marginalize conservatives in general. Oh, yeah, that's the group. Everybody who's associated with my opposition is the group that's propagating the birther conspiracy theory.
Even today, 2 in 10 Americans believe President Obama wasn't born in this country. That's 20% of Americans still believe that he's not a U.S. citizen. But the question is, does this destroy Donald Trump's credibility with African Americans?
It probably enhances it. As he just stated, he's born in the United States. End of story. David in Riverside.
Yeah, a full apology isn't really what's needed right now, because let me just say this very quickly. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but let's not be so harsh on him, because it wasn't so much where he was born, but for goodness sakes, the original birth certificate was never seen by anybody. All we had was the certificate of live birth that was reissued, because most likely, which makes most sense, is that on the birth certificate, if he had a non-practicing Muslim father and an admittedly secular mother, what did it say under religion? Muslim or none? Those also would have been damaging. And he welcomed the fact this challenge he was born in America. Look at the birdie over here. But the real truth was, we don't see the original birth certificate.
Yeah, well, thanks for the call, David. I mean,
I've never heard that theory before.
I've heard it, and the problem is, here's the process. Okay, here's the process for people that want to continue to go through this intellectual exercise. You have evidence, then you make a claim. You see what I'm saying? You have evidence, then you make the claim, then you make the accusation. Not here's a theory, and then let's hope someday somebody gets evidence, because what you do is unbelievable political damage to yourself in the process. Larry and Bartlett.
Hey, good morning, Dan and Amy. Amy, you're absolutely right. There should be strong apologies, and I'm still kind of waiting for your apology when you were wrong in Sanford, Florida, and you were wrong in Ferguson, Missouri, and you were wrong.
Oh, I was always on Darren Wilson. No. You know what? Larry. Hey, Larry. Larry, I was no. In Ferguson, Missouri, I was always on Officer Darren Wilson's side. Always. And if you look at my Twitter follow in the timeline too, I tweeted out that picture of him strong arm robbing that the guy at the convenience store for the cigars. And I always.
When it started, Amy, you weren't supporting him when it started.
All right, thanks for the call, Larry. I don't want to relitigate Ferguson.
Yeah, please.
Mike at the north side.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. Dan, what happened to you? You went liberal on us? You fell down?
Are you serious? This is the litmus test for conservatism, Mike? Come on.
Yeah, it's a litmus test, because what's going to happen, just like with Harold Washington, every time a conservative runs, the libs are going to come out and the blacks are going to come out and say, you opposed Obama on this, you opposed Obama on that.
This is not, no, Mike, sorry. This is not about opposed. This is about conspiracy theory. Make the distinction.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Police union and the NFL will have the latest. But first, here's your forecast. Sunshine today. It's just going to be hot and warm. A high of 85 degrees. Tonight for your Bears-Eagles game, you should be fine. There's a evening thunderstorm starting around 11 p.m., so you should be able to get the game in with no problem. And then tomorrow, we're going to have partly sunny skies, warm again. a high of 82 degrees. Anything heating up on the roadways? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. CTA Red Line service remains shut down between 79th and 63rd after earlier fatal incident on the tracks. The CTA has shuttles running in that area. Just had a crash reported right where I-80 meets the 294 at the Markham-Hazelcrest area on the westbound side of the roadway. Car and truck involved. Eden's 22 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 19. The Kennedy, 25 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 36. The Eisenhower, already 52 minutes from Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 35. Stevenson, 50 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 22 minutes, 95th to the Loop. I-57, rough, 40 minutes, I-80 to the Merge. Bishop Ford, 35. Eastbound Adams Tollway, stop and go Arlington Heights Road to the Kennedy. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Have you waited to buy a MyPillow? Well, if you have, you're in luck. For this month only, when you buy one premium MyPillow, you still get the second for free, but you'll also receive two, not one, but two additional Go Anywhere MyPillows for free. So you're actually getting 4 pillows for the price of one. Nearly every AM 560 host endorses MyPillow because it is the best. The National Sleep Foundation agrees because they made it their official pillow. It's washable to remove all the ickies that cause allergies, acne, and asthma. So it's a great health investment, and you will sleep better. I guarantee it. And so do they with a 60-day full money-back guarantee. So visit MyPillow.com. Click the radio listener special tab and use the promo code Amy. You'll get 2 premium MyPillows plus 2 Go Anywhere pillows for the price of one. Or you can call 800-489-0201 and mention the radio listener special and use the promo code Amy. That's MyPillow.com or 800-489-0201.
A storm is on the horizon, and you need to keep the lights on no matter what. Your business relies on the power being on 24/7. It's the lifeblood of your data and computer systems. Weather-related outages from the power company are not acceptable. Your need for a source of power that's reliable 24/7, along with round-the-clock service that can dispatch technicians to your site immediately, is mission critical. Your business needs Charles Equipment Energy Systems on speed dial. These are the big boys, not residential or solar, but reliable industrial generators for emergency backup or events. When you need more than a 100-foot extension cord plugged into a small engine generator, call Charles Equipment Energy Systems. They keep the lights on with rental generators for job sites or power outages. They'll also keep you cool this summer with temporary air conditioners for any situation, big or small. Call 630-834-6000. That's 630-834-6000 or charlesequipment.com. charlesequipment.com. Reserve now for summer festival season.
The sounds of summer from your very own pool and spa is brought to you by All Seasons Pools, Spas, and Outdoor Living. All Seasons Pools and Spas begins from the ground up with creative custom design, expert pool construction, and hardscaping, and then finishes with complete maintenance and care, leaving you to enjoy the of summer. As you soak up the sun poolside, imagine a fire pit, outdoor kitchen, or pergola. All Seasons Pool and Spa will turn your boring backyard into a vacation paradise. No need to go off the deep end. Relax, knowing that for over 60 years, All Seasons Pools and Spas has been making a splash in your neighborhood. Visit their showroom and store for a complete selection of pool, spa, robotic pool cleaners, and premium barbecue and grill islands. A trained staff is on hand to provide water testing, salt and chlorine products, and advice for servicing your pool. All Seasons Pool and Spa and Outdoor Living, 135th Street in Orland Park, or resortlivingathome.com. That's resortlivingathome.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Between the 9/11 remembrance last weekend and the terrorist attacks this weekend, tough time to not show some respect and honor for this country and stand for the anthem if you're in a public position like, I don't know, being an NFL football player.
Notice how no baseball players have gotten involved in this nonsense.
That's right.
Which makes me respect baseball players a lot more than some football players right now.
And it's not just Colin Kaepernick and the 49ers, of course. You've got a number of Miami Dolphins players that are kneeling during the anthem as well. The Dolphins have the first home game next week against the Browns, and the president of the International Union of Police Associations, Local 6020, which covers the Broward County deputies, has asked the Broward County sheriff's officers not to do details for the Miami Dolphins anymore, not to escort Miami Dolphin players to and from the field until and unless they stand for the anthem. One of those players is Arian Foster.
He's on my fantasy team.
Spelled different than Arian, A-R-I-A-N, just rather ironic. But Arian Foster had a dissertation on his decision this weekend.
Well, this has been going on for decades. This is not our fight.
Okay, right, yeah.
This is the fight has been inherited from our fathers and our mothers and our grandfathers. It's not something that we started. We didn't start anything. We kept the conversation going. Systemic racism in this country has been a problem since we were brought here as slaves, and that's how deep it gets. And I think that's the bigger issue is police brutality is a part of it, but it's also the prison systems, the school systems, education, everything that entails what is systemic racism in this country and how it affects people moving forward. It affects people's judgments, decisions. It affects people's vantage points. And that's why I think the conversation is so important. It's more important to create a healthy dialogue.
Yeah, that's enough, Arian Foster. You get the gist of it. It's slavery and systemic racism, the changing demographics of who's in charge of those institutions he's referencing.
But their message
go
gets
unbeknownst
lost.
to Arian Foster.
Yeah. Oh, sorry for interrupting, but their message gets lost with this craziness of taking a knee during the national anthem.
The only thing
they're sending mixed messages, and it's wrong because no one's listening, and your fight is not being catapulted to a new level. There's a lot of anger toward these people, and tonight during the Philadelphia Eagles-Bears game at Soldier Field, they're planning some sort of protest. They said the safety Malcolm Jenkins said in an interview Friday that they're going to do something last weekend, but because of 9/11, they decided to sit that one out, and there's something planned for tonight's game at Soldier Field.
Yeah, there was a great letter that was posted on Alan West's site by a Marine colonel basically saying legends and heroes do not wear shoulder pads. They wear body armor and carry rifles.
Nice.
And calling out Roger Goodell for not finding these players, which he's certainly well within his rights to do if he wanted to make a policy decision with respect to respecting the anthem. But the one thing I would say about this, too, just think about this, in any large group of people, and the NFL is a large group of people, it's whatever, 700 or 800 players and all the associated staff and so forth. You're going to have few outliers. You're going to have a few knuckleheads. And there's been like 11 players in the entire league that have lodged this protest during the anthem. So let's also remember that, 98% of the players in the NFL are being respectful to the anthem and respectful to the country. So let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater in the NFL any more than we do in any organization.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Think you're fat? You might just be bloated. Find out by calling now for a free trial of New Biotics, the new breakthrough that flattens bloated bellies fast. For a free trial, call 1-800-550-8804. Strict limit of 1 per household.
I used to be plagued by potbelly and constant bloating. After taking New Biotics, my belly flattened and continues to get flatter. My sense of bloating and discomfort is gone.
If you've got a big belly, you might not be fat. You might just be bloated. New Biotics is scientifically formulated with natural ingredients to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. It even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. If your belly flattening results are too dramatic, simply reduce use to every other day. Think you might be bloated? See how much flatter New Biotics makes your belly. But hurry, call now for details while we're still giving it away for free. 1-800-550-8804. That's 1-800-550-8804. 1-800-550-8804.
When you present your business card, what do you want it to say about you? If that card has the letters CMA after your name, it says you know the 11 most crucial areas of management accounting. It says you've mastered an exam that only has a 50% pass rate. It says you've distinguished yourself from your peers, all of which makes your business card a keeper. The CMA certification, you've got to earn it. Visit CMAcertification.org for details.
AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We will have the latest on the bombings, including Governor Cuomo now saying Contrary to what he said over the weekend, there may be an international terrorist connection to the bombings at 6:36.
But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
And we're watching a developing story this morning in Syria where senior opposition officials say that ceasefire brokered by Russia and the U.S. is clinically dead. Their words. There have been repeated violations and no aid deliveries to the northern city of Aleppo, a city in crisis, this morning. Police and the FBI swarming a New Jersey restaurant about a mile from the bomb blast early today at an Elizabeth train station. Heavy police presence right now at a fried chicken restaurant. The FBI questioning 5 in connection with Saturday's bombing in New York City. CNN reporting investigators believe weekend explosions show signs of a possible terror cell. Former NYPD Commissioner Bill Bratton agrees, saying it's a very real possibility.
There's a lot we don't know. We do not at this point in time know whether the subject was in contact with, had connections with, was inspired by a foreign terrorist organization.
Meantime, security is tighter than ever as the UN General Assembly opens today. Saturday night's bombing that injured more than 24 happened less than 2 miles from the UN. Suspect in a knife attack at a Minnesota shopping mall identified as 20-year-old Dahir Aden. FBI Special Agent in charge Rick Thornton says as the investigation continues, he'll call that attack a possible act of terror. St. Cloud Mayor Dave Kleist says surveillance video shows the suspect lunging several times at an off-duty police officer, Avon policeman Jason Falconer, before Falconer, the Minnesota police officer, shot and killed that terror suspect. Portion of the CTA Red Line suspended of service this morning on Chicago's South Side for a time between 95th and 63rd because of a medical emergency on the tracks. Chicago Police Department says it is expanding use of body cameras to include all officers on patrol within 2 years. And the pending release of a man who was convicted of a gruesome abduction, rape, and murder of a 19-year-old woman in Valparaiso has brought up painful memories for those involved in that case. The Northwest Indiana Times reports this morning that Porter's Superior Court Judge Roger Bradford was notified that Rodney Wood was eligible to be released to a community transition program in October. The judge blocked that move. Now the 42-year-old Wood is scheduled for release from prison February 9. Brewers clipped the Cubs 3-1. White Sox wrapping up their series with the Royals today after a 10-3 loss. Bears battling the Eagles tonight. The news, a service of Back to School Illinois. Back to School Illinois, providing school supplies for kids in need. You can help. Make a donation at be2si.org. Back to School Illinois, working to improve educational opportunities for Illinois children. be2si.org. 6:35 is our time. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Half-price Wing Tuesdays now at B-Dubs. Any size order of traditional wings costs half as much, making Tuesdays twice as good. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Valid at participating locations for a limited time.
Did you know that if you have mutual funds in your IRA, 401k, or investment accounts, that according to Forbes magazine, you could be paying as much as 3.17% in hidden fees every single year? 3.17% may not sound like much, but over 10 years, it's costing you 32%, whether your fund is up or down. Hi, it's Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group in Chicago and host of the Alpha Wealth Hour on AM 560. This is just one of the reasons I hate mutual funds, and you should too. You may not know this, but you have far more investment options today without the excessive fees. Learn what they are in my free report.
The railroads have been opened. The Amtrak and New Jersey Transit has opened up the train station here for people to get to and from their jobs. The schools are open. The police are doing their job. It's extremely important to recognize that the police have leads. They're going to follow those leads, and they're going to make sure that the perpetrators are caught.
Offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
This is Andy This is an ongoing investigation. As you said earlier, it started with one person. It's going to continue. The police will follow every lead that they possibly can, and then those leads will result in arrests in the future.
Wait for a shuttle ride.
No mayor wants to work up and find out this news. Never mind last night when I was out here for a few hours. It's extremely important that the entire country faces these threats, and no mayor is immune from it. We spend all day trying to protect our citizens and making sure they have a better way of life, while there are a few people in this country who would look to destroy that way of life.
This is the first year that I've had a stable MRI, so I'm thrilled. When I have an MRI with MS, usually there are glowing spots that come through, which is damage on the nerves in my brain and my spinal cord. And when they're glowing, it means they're active. And then my last MRI, they pulled it up, and I honestly couldn't believe that it was my MRI. There was nothing glowing. And in fact, the dark spots were shrinking. They were healing. And the doctor actually said to me, I think we're in remission. I was so happy. I had no idea that that could be my reality.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code Chicago.
6:38. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. Here's Jim.
Thanks, Mike. CTA Red Line service remains disrupted between 79th and 63rd after that earlier fatal incident on the tracks. Seeing delays on the inbound Eden starting around Toohey. It is 24 minutes from Lake Cook to Montrose. Southbound 19. Inbound Kennedy. Traffic getting heavier. Looking at a travel time of 32 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, and outbound, it's 44 minutes from downtown to the airport. Inbound Eisenhower, 52 minutes from Thorndale to the post office. Outbound, it is 36 minutes. Now make that 45 now. Really heavy till you get past Des Plaines Avenue. The Stevenson, 56 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 36. Ryan, 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 40 minutes, I-80 to the merge. Bishop Ford, 45. Eastbound Adams still always messy. From Bussey to the Kennedy, traffic is a service of the DEA Heroin and Opioid Awareness Week. The epidemic is real. Heroin overdoses have risen 244% in just 6 years. Time to speak up, look out, and help save our communities. Visit GetSmartAboutDrugs.com to help someone you know struggling with pill abuse or heroin. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte. AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, sunshine will mix with clouds today. Breezy, very warm, high 85. Possibility of a strong evening thunderstorm, especially to the north as you approach the Wisconsin border. Low 64. And a brilliant day on Tuesday. Sunshine most of the day. High 82. 57 at O'Hare. 55 in Aurora. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by All Seasons Pool and Spa Outdoor Living. Your backyard paradise begins at resortlivingathome.com.
See Alan West and Michelle Malkin at Freedom Summit Chicago 2016. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Dan and Amy, not to make light of it, but to invoke South Park, and it's Muslim. At least the suspect is. Suspect now identified, 28-year-old man named Ahmad Khan Rahami, being sought in connection with Saturday's bombings in New York City, according to a New York Police Department spokesman. This, in addition to the 5 persons of interest that were stopped in a vehicle on the Verrazano Bridge and taken in for questioning. So that's the latest we have on the potential responsible party or parties with respect to the Chelsea bombings.
Yeah, and then with respect to the New Jersey bombings, their FBI is raiding a house right now in Elizabeth, New Jersey, near where this backpack filled with 5 pipe bombs was found late last night, probably while you were sleeping. 2 guys walked by, unzipped it, saw what was in it, dropped it. It was placed in a garbage can near a train station and a pub. So and there were people at the pub, and the surveillance video from the pub actually caught the person dropping it in the backpack. They're reviewing it right now.
And just to be clear, this is in addition to the other story you heard over the weekend, Seaside, New Jersey, bombs found in proximity to a 5K marine run that was scheduled this weekend and then ultimately, of course, canceled once those explosive devices were found. And all of that in addition to the stabbing at a mall in St. Cloud, Minnesota, with an individual posing as a private security guard, invoking Allah asking one of the victims if he was Muslim and stabbing 8 people, all of whom have been released, are okay, thankfully, and the 29 who were injured in the Chelsea bombings all released from the hospital okay, so we understand.
Yeah, and those stabbed in St. Cloud were, men and women ranging in ages between 15 and 53. And one person who was face-to-face with the attacker was asked straight out, are you Muslim, are you not? And this is what happened.
He just charged me with the knife and he said, are you a Muslim, are you a Muslim? But how do you even respond to that, like when somebody has a knife, like a foot from your face?
Well, I'll tell you what, this reminds me of the Umpqua Community College shooting in Oregon, where you had somebody he had people cornered and he was asking them if they were Christian. And when they said yes, he shot and killed them. He executed them. And you recall the story of one individual being executed, and then he after saying, I was a Christian, I'm a Christian. And then he turns to the next individual and said, are you a Christian? And even after seeing the next person, the person right next to him executed, he said, I'm a Christian, and he was executed.
Yeah, well, clearly this attack in St. Cloud was motivated by religious bigotry. ISIS, they say he was an ISIS soldier.
I think it's a little bit
more than that.
A little bit deeper than bigotry.
22-year-old junior at St. Cloud State, straight A's, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, whatever.
Born in Kenya, has Somalian parents. They were in shock, but you know what kind of shocked me is that the Somalian American community came out right away and denounced what had taken place.
ISIS does not represent us. It does not represent Islam. It does not represent the Somalis.
And police in St. Cloud are familiar with this, the attacker, but just for routine traffic stops. And his family said they had no idea that he was being secretly recruited by ISIS or that he had any negative or harmful motivations against Americans.
Well, we'll find out how he was radicalized, and the details will be filled in as the days proceed and the investigation deepens. So we'll find out about all of these individuals.
But we really have to give kudos to the off-duty police officer who shot him. His name is Jason Faulkner. He used to be a police chief early on in this decade. He owns a shooting range. He's a medal-winning marksman who operates that firearms training business in a neighboring town. And he said he shot him. He got back up 3 different times, so he had to plug him again.
Good guy with a gun beats a bad guy with a knife. And perhaps Mayor de Blasio, Comrade Bill over there in New York City, would like to revise and extend his remarks from the weekend.
There is no evidence at this point of a terror connection to this incident.
And
how can he even let those words slip out?
Because he's a Sandinista. I mean,
that's so ignorant.
And we didn't know that, and you can wait to make the connection specifically to the responsible party or parties. But when bombs go off, and he called those intentional acts, yes, as distinguished from the pressure cooker filled with shrapnel wired up to a cell phone trigger that are placed accidentally in strategic location. Yeah, an intentional act, not terrorism. It was terrorism, and they knew it at the time, of course, because it's obvious. The question is just who's the responsible party. It's terrorism of what sort?
Well, then you have the international terrorism or just domestic terrorism. And that's now this morning,
that's what the investigation will ultimately unearth, which is what they're doing, starting with this manhunt for the bombing suspect, Ahmad Khan Rahami. Trump offered a reaction on Saturday evening when he landed in Colorado Springs, and this is what he said.
It's a movement like they haven't seen before. I must tell you that just before I got off the plane, a bomb went off in New York, and nobody knows exactly what's going on. But, boy, we are living in a time. We better get very tough, folks. We better get very, very tough. Just happened. So we'll find out. But it's a terrible thing that's going on in our world and in our country. And we are going to get tough and smart and vigilant, and we're going to end it. We're going to end it. So we'll see what it is. We'll see what it is.
And
he didn't come out and say it was a terrorist attack, but that was 30 minutes after the explosion went off.
He said it was a bombing. Now compare that to what Hillary said.
I've been briefed about the bombings in New York and New Jersey and the attack in Minnesota. Obviously, we need to do everything we can to support our first responders, also to
pray for the victims. We have to let this investigation unfold. We've been in touch with various officials, including the mayor's office in New York, to learn what they are discovering as they conduct this investigation. And I'll have more to say about it when we actually know some facts.
I got to tell you, those mealy-mouthed responses from the likes of de Blasio and Hillary, all they do is further the interests of Donald Trump. I mean, I hate to look at this through a political context, but we're 50 days from an election, so everything is looked at through a political context. And
how would each candidate respond in moment of crisis? What would their response be?
Right. What do they convey to the American people? Do they say what they know to be true? Do they speak in plain English and provide a framework of how they're going to approach a particular crisis, a particular attack like this? Or is it this mealy-mouthed where I will only admit what is obvious when I run out of all other platitudes? And we find that from Hillary versus Donald Trump, the responses are very stark.
They are, but Donald Trump being criticized because he, came forward 30 minutes after the bombing, and the left is saying that a swift conclusion describing it as a bomb before the cause was confirmed is what is not sticking and sitting well with them. That he rushed to judgment, that he waited for all the facts before he came out and spoke.
What fact did he? What assertion did he make that was untrue?
Well, he did that it was a bombing because they weren't sure.
Was that untrue?
Well, it could have been a gas line exploding. I mean, something goes off. We don't know if it's a house explosion because sometimes that happens, and that's been happening a lot in New York City.
Is that what you think New York authorities conveyed to the two candidates or their aides that were obtaining information from credible from credible sources? Is that what you think they conveyed?
Was there attribution in Donald Trump's speech? He just said a bomb went off. He didn't say
I was told. I was told. So where did you get that information? From non-credible sources? It's a reach. It's a real reach.
Well, his tweet last night too. I mean, he's got to stop. He tweeted out, "I would like to express my warmest regards, best wishes, and condolences to all the families and the victims of the horrible bombing in New York City."
What's wrong with that?
Warmest regards. I mean, that's something you use for a Christmas card. I'm just saying he should just best wishes and condolences to all the families, or just not say anything at all. You don't have to weigh in all the time.
Gosh.
You don't. I mean, he can't help himself.
Warmest regards is a problem for you. Warm regards, best wishes, condolences. What? I mean, you're picking apart the language he's using to convey concern. So what? Well, I don't.
It doesn't. It's not presidential, Dan. I just think he should have sat that one out.
Hillary Clinton doesn't tweet.
Does she tweet? Yes, she does tweet. Did I look at her tweets? No. Will I look at them right now? Yes. I don't know if she tweeted condolences to the family members.
You're missing the forest for the twigs here. I hate to break it to you. Ralph and Rantoul.
Yeah, I think what we're looking at is yet another opportunity for the Democrats. I lived in Europe for a few years, and as a result of 30 years of IRA bombings, one thing that was removed from the public was all public garbage receptacles, whether it's in the tube, out on the streets. So naturally, people are just going to drop their litter everywhere, which is what happens. So in order to keep the country clean, what happens? Armies of government workers wearing glow vests everywhere with little Disneyland-like, sweep-em-up bins, picking up people's litter. This is yet another opportunity for Democrats to expand the public worker votes and workforce.
Okay, all right. Ralph, thanks for the call. Boy, I'm not seeing that angle, but okay. I suppose that was done with TSA. So, there's a point there, I suppose. Laura in Oak Park, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Oh, hello?
Hi, Laura.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I called up about 30 minutes ago. I didn't know if you saw that. Did you see the Breitbart piece? Did you read the transcript of what she actually says on the plane? She called them bombings right away.
Okay, go ahead.
So just please, I texted it and emailed it, so I'm on the phone now, so I can't see the quote. So I don't want to be the one to quote it, but her very first words, she uses the word bombings, and then the reporter asked her, what do you think about Donald Trump calling them a bomb? And then she goes on and on about.
Well, right. Yeah, we played that clip.
Comfortable calling it a bomb. But Amy keeps saying, and then CNN edited out the word bombing.
Okay. Okay. Well,
this is a twofold thing. So you need to just look at. You can see her video. It's not, and it's also on Breitbart.
Okay, we'll take a look. Thanks for the call, Laura. Appreciate it. Annie on the Northwest side.
No, Hillary's running mate, Tim Kaine, said that these attacks are because ISIS is getting weak, so I guess we should just accept this. I'm wondering when Americans are going to get outraged enough. This shouldn't be happening. Our politicians are killing us for votes and political correctness, and they're doubling down, and they want to bring more refugees who aren't vetted here. And it's going to keep happening until Americans wake up and get outraged enough.
And thanks for the calling. Well, that's the other thing. This is going to
play into Donald Trump's immigration plan.
Well, it's going to resuscitate that as an issue.
Mm-hmm.
And Hillary Clinton's going to have something to say on that. And you want to talk about contrast in the advance of a debate that's about a week away. She wants to exponentially increase the threshold that President Obama established for Syrian refugees. And, of course, Trump wants to go in a very different direction. Rich and Rochelle. Hey, Rich. Rich, hey.
The usual Hillary speaking in Farsi or Falsi or whatever you want to call it. And when she says we support our first responders as Obama and everybody else is dividing the country and causing the cops and people to get killed over the Black Lives Matter thing, which is a hoax to begin with. They don't even listen to what they say. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Rich. That's Clinton speak. That's the language she speaks.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Lou Dobbs, New England fisherman, critical of President Obama. London's first Muslim mayor supports Hillary Clinton. Another Fiat recall underway. Those stories next.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. The stock market crash of 2008 wiped out as much as 50% of IRA or 401k accounts. Can you afford to lose again if the next crash comes? What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in your hands? Well, with the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually hold them in your hands, where you can get your gold fast in a disaster. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 855-222-6993 and receive a free gold and silver IRA guide. There is no obligation. It's rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Augusta Precious Metals enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating. Trust them. Trust Augusta. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 855-222-6993. That's 855-222-6993. 855-222-6993.
In Chicago, to promote his city's business interests, London's first Muslim mayor, Sadiq Khan, voices...
We have to let this investigation unfold. I'll have more to say about it when we actually know the facts. I think it's always wiser to wait until you have information before making conclusions.
New England fishermen targeting President Obama's designation of 5,000
I never
miles
expected
of
an easy race. If I were to be
a national monument. The fishermen say it will close the area to commercial swordfish and lobster fishing and cost jobs. Fiat Chrysler recalling almost 2 million vehicles globally because airbags may not deploy in a crash. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
If you're over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days, I have some urgent news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. A free book to help you maximize your retirement income from PBS host and 3-time author Josh Melberg has been released. This book reveals little-known truths about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now because we're about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known secrets we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity. Call 800-422-3838 now to get your personalized copy rushed to you today. Do you want to avoid mistakes baby boomers and seniors can make when they buy annuities? Those mistakes now could be costly later to you and your family. Call 800-422-3838. That's 800-422-3838. Employees of J.D. Mellberg Financial have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer.
For over 4 years, foreclosure defense attorney Lou Bridges has shared the truth about foreclosures. For as little as $80, you can advertise your business in Lou's show on AM 560 The Answer. It's easy. Your advertisements will be professionally written and produced. You'll get credible exposure for your business on a radio station that touches listeners in 4 states. All sponsorships in the show are category exclusive. All sponsors must pass a rigorous vetting process prior to Lou endorsing and recommending your company to his listeners. Lou is looking for sponsors in the following categories: credit repair, HVAC, moving, siding, roofing, banking, IRS tax resolution, car dealers, painting, remodeling, and lawyers. Don't delay. Find out today how you can reach potential customers for only $80 a week with The Lou Bridges Show. To become a sponsor on AM 560 The Answer, call Larry Chappell now at 847-312-8197. That's 847-312-8197.
People who can afford a LASIK procedure sure are lucky. Imagine being able to throw away your contacts and glasses. Imagine waking up tomorrow with 20/20 vision. Too bad everyone can't afford LASIK. Well, guess what? There's a company that agrees with you. TLC Laser Eye Centers is now offering great prices on high-quality LASIK to make it affordable for everyone. That means you get the latest FDA-approved all-laser LASIK technology for less than what others charge. And if you call right now, we'll schedule a free appointment so you can discover if LASIK is right for you. Results may vary. Call 1-800-400-9591. Even better, if you're one of the first 100 callers, ask about an extra $400 off your all-laser LASIK procedure. That's $200 off per eye. We've already performed over 2 million procedures. Let us help you. Discover how you can get the quality LASIK experience you deserve for less than what others charge. For your free appointment, call 1-800-400-9591. 1-800-400-9591.
Hey, we actually have that clip. We played the clip of Hillary saying bombing. Here's the beginning of it, her on the airplane.
I've been briefed about the bombings in New York and New Jersey.
The bombings in New York and New Jersey, I just kind of glossed over it, but the callers that made that point, it's an excellent point. So criticizing Trump for saying the same thing Hillary did.
Yeah, because CNN, they opted out not to use her saying bombings. But we'll talk about that after we get the latest from Mike Scott about the breaking news. Here he is.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're following right now. A portion of the CTA Red Line remains suspended on Chicago's South Side after a fatal incident on the tracks there. Jim Telemonte along with the impact on your morning commute in just a moment. Cook County Commissioner Joe Murphy dies. Brewers clip the Cubs. Royals beat the White Sox, and the Bears will battle the Eagles tonight. Forecast after Fox, WIND, Chicago News Time, 7.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Dave Anthony. Wanted by the FBI and New York City police, a suspect named in the New York City bombing. Fox's Tanya J. Powers has more live.
David, New York Governor Andrew Cuomo telling Fox and Friends today that the FBI is looking for 28-year-old Ahmad Khan Rahami.
The investigation is now focusing on one individual, and that would suggest by this individual that there is a foreign connection to the attack.
He is a U.S. citizen born in Afghanistan, last known address of Elizabeth, New Jersey, and is considered armed and dangerous. Governor Cuomo also says there are similarities in the bombs used in the Chelsea attack and the ones found in New Jersey, including the ones found overnight near the Elizabeth train station, Dave.
And Tanya, just a moment ago, Reuters reports a Homeland Security official says there is a connection between the New York City bombs and the bombs found in New Jersey last night. That pipe bomb went off in Elizabeth as a police robot was trying to disarm it. 4 other bombs found in a trash can, a pub nearby as a camera.
The police and the FBI have been going through that surveillance camera since early this morning.
That's Mayor Chris Bolwage. There's also an FBI raid going on in an apartment. There was a bomb that went off on the Jersey Shore on Saturday. ISIS is calling the man who went on a stabbing spree in a Minnesota mall one of its soldiers. Fox's Jeff Manasso has this live.
Police say the suspect entered the mall Saturday and stabbed 9 shoppers with non-life-threatening wounds before an off-duty officer shot and killed the suspect, ID'd by family, as 22-year-old Somali-American Tahir Aden.
We are currently investigating this as a potential act of terrorism.
That's the FBI's Rick Thornton. Witnesses say Aden referenced Allah and asked a victim if they were Muslim. Dave.
Jeff, Donald Trump told Fox this morning.
This is only going to get worse. And what I said is you have to stop them from coming into the country.
He's critical of the president. Hillary Clinton has cautioned against a rush of judgment over the weekend. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Sunrise in Chicago, 59 degrees, 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A portion of the CTA Red Line suspended on Chicago's South Side. Trains were stopped early this morning because of a fatal incident on the tracks between 95th and 63rd. Shuttle buses were available for customers. We'll track whether service is up and running again with Jim Talamonte, our AM 560 Traffic Center, in just a moment. No one is in custody after a pregnant woman was killed, a man critically hurt in a shooting on Chicago's South Side. The pair shot yesterday sitting in a car near 87th and Marquette. Now, that woman died, but her baby has been delivered and saved, according to the Chicago Sun-Times. Charges are pending after an off-duty Chicago police officer died in a motorcycle crash. Officer Charles Barango's motorcycle was hit by a car early Sunday that ran a red light in Forest View. The 14-year veteran of the department was pronounced dead at a nearby hospital. Family and friends are mourning the death of Cook County Commissioner Joan Murphy. The 79-year-old's daughter says she died yesterday at her suburban Crestwood home following her battle with breast cancer. Murphy began serving as a commissioner in 2002. And the Chicago Tribune this morning says a Maryland historian is close to revealing decades-old grand jury testimony involving a story the newspaper published during World War II on the Battle of Midway. The story, published June 7 of 1942, said the U.S. Navy obtained advanced knowledge of the Japanese fleet's plans. It named the Japanese vessels involved in the battle and detailed their strategy. Well, you may recall the story sparked outrage, and grand jury was impaneled to seek criminal charges against those journalists. No indictment was handed up. Testimony was sealed, but the Justice Department is now contending court rules do not permit release of confidential grand jury records simply because they are of historical interest. Brewers beat the Cubs 3-1. Sox suffer a 10-3 loss to the Royals, and the Bears battle the Eagles tonight. The news is a service of Staples. Staples has low prices on the office items you use most. And right now is a great time to stock up and save. Save more event happening at Staples stores. The more you buy, the more you save on everything your office needs. Staples, make more happen. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Here's David Kolsak, president of Turnkey IT, on how they do business differently.
It's been 20 years, and the business has changed probably 40 times in 20 years because technology changes every year, and you have to stay with it. You have to know where it's going and prognosticate where that is, and our clients really benefit from our knowledge and our experience and the way that we're reading the roadmap. We're putting them on things that are coming out in the future, and if it's not beneficial to the client, we won't be putting them on there. And a lot of people just fly by the seat of their pants. You know, we have a director of information technology that his job is only to scout new technologies and how they can affect a small business. Every business, no matter if it's a funeral home, a manufacturer, a car dealer, whatever, we all rely on our information, and when that information isn't available, your business is shot. So our main purpose is to really do our very best to keep people up 100% of the time, to keep them backed up and make sure that they can do what they do, and we can deal with the technical stuff.
Leave the technical stuff to the pros at Turnkey so you can focus on the important things of your business. Visit turnkey.pro today.
America is taking the lead in energy,
leading the world in oil and natural gas production.
I vote to keep it going.
With the right policies, we can produce, refine, and supply
more oil and natural gas.
And more abundant energy
means more affordable energy for American families.
A more secure America.
Jobs,
opportunity, and economic growth for our children
and grandchildren.
That's why this election, I'm voting
for American energy.
Learn more at voteforenergy.org.
Join us and become an energy voter.
Brought to you by American Petroleum Institute.
Life can be unpredictable. That's why you should take control of your family's future now with an estate plan bundle from LegalZoom. Not sure whether you need a last will or a living trust? LegalZoom's network of independent attorneys in 48 states can help you decide which one's right for you without billing by the hour, since LegalZoom isn't a law firm. Plus, updating your estate plan as your family and assets grow couldn't be easier. Enjoy your life. Use LegalZoom for the legal stuff. LegalZoom. Legal help is here.
7:06. Let's get an update on the roads. In our traffic center, here's AM 560's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. CTA Red Line service remains shut down between 79th and 63rd after that overnight incident. This doesn't seem to be affecting the Rhine too much. It's 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, though, is 40 minutes. I-80 to the merge. Bishop Ford at 30. Eden's 40 minutes. Lake Cook to the junction, outbound 27. The Kennedy, 55 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 37 minutes to Montrose. It's an hour and 10 minutes downtown to O'Hare. The Eisenhower, an hour and 7 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 48 minutes. The Stevenson, looking at an hour and 3 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 38 minutes. Northbound Tri-State delays, 115th to Harlem, 75th to the Hinsdale Oasis. From the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, very slow on the other tollways as well. And northbound I-65 has delays, 61st Avenue to Ridge Road with a crash in the left lane. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business. Since 1935, here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Breezy and warm today with a mix of sun and clouds, high 85. Strong evening thunderstorm around, followed by a late night shower or thunderstorm in spots. Otherwise, tonight, partly cloudy with a low 64. Full day of sunshine tomorrow, high 82, and a partly cloudy night. Tomorrow night, low 63. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
60 at O'Hare, 66 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Radio Garden Sense, a show bringing your property's gardening needs alive. Radio Garden Sense, Sunday mornings at 11 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Monday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Just before I got off the plane, a bomb went off in New York, and we better get very tough, folks. We better get very, very tough.
There is no evidence at this point of a terror connection to this incident.
I think it's always wiser to wait until you have information before making conclusions.
It's an awful day, honestly. For we've got 8 victims that were assaulted here in our mall, and so guess what? Starting tomorrow, things won't be the same here.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So the good news with respect to those terrorist attacks over the weekend is that the 8 individuals stabbed at that mall in St. Cloud, Minnesota, have been released. The 29 individuals who were injured in the Chelsea bombings in New York City have been released. So no fatalities, apparently no critical injuries. So that's good news.
Yeah, they weren't effective with their terrorist plot to try and kill Americans.
There is now a manhunt ongoing in New York for a suspect in the Chelsea bombings. He is Ahmad Khan Rahami, 28-year-old, and that's about all the information we have on him at this juncture, although we know that 5 individuals were taken for questioning, stopped in a vehicle on the Verrazano Bridge late last night, early this morning.
Mm-hmm. And that they're all from the same family. So maybe they're related to him. Maybe they snitched on him. I mean, we don't know at this time, but that's the man that they're looking for.
And then you've got an FBI raid that was launched this morning in Elizabeth, New Jersey, where 5 pipe bombs were found near a subway station. Again, late last night, early this morning. We don't know the results of that yet, but we do have the Elizabeth, New Jersey mayor commenting on the topic.
Yeah, and he's crediting these 2 guys, these 2 passerbyers were just walking down the street heading to a bar. They looked in a garbage can and they saw a backpack, so they opened it up. They saw wires and bomb-making material. It was a pipe bomb, so they put it down right away, but they left the bag open and a drone came over then, and that's how the investigators started and proved that there were definitely pipe bombs in there.
This is an ongoing investigation. As you said earlier, it started with 1 person. It's going to continue. The police will follow every lead that they possibly can, and then those leads will result in arrests in the future.
And again, right now, the FBI raiding a home near where the pipe bombs were found.
And again, that Elizabeth pipe bombing incident, or the location of pipe bombs there near that subway station, Elizabeth, New Jersey, separate and distinct from the story over the weekend of bombs being found in Seaside, New Jersey, near a 5K Marine race that was scheduled to run that ultimately was not. No one injured, thankfully.
Well, they don't know if the 2 are related. They don't know if they're related to the New York City pressure cookers either. But the 2 pressure cookers that were found in New York, one went off, one didn't. Those two, they say, are definitely related. Both had flip phones, old flip phones, from cell phones attached to them. Both were trying to be detonated through the cell phones. And inside, they had the same materials, BBs, ball bearings, and also Christmas lights.
Now, the response from the presidential candidates has come under scrutiny, as you suspect it would. Ruth Marcus was on Face the Nation with Marcus, left-wing D.C. press corps type, suggesting that Donald Trump's statement about bombing was premature, was rushed, was without foundation. And Hillary Clinton was asked about that on her plane on Saturday night, too. Donald Trump said the word bombing. Is that appropriate? Hillary Clinton said this.
Secretary, do you have any reaction to the fact that Donald Trump immediately upon taking the stage tonight called the explosion in New York a bomb and said that to the crowd?
Well, I think it's important to know the facts about any incident like this. That's why it's critical to support the first responders, the investigators who are looking into it, trying to determine what did happen.
Important to know the facts. Show restraint, essentially what she's saying. Support the first responders. Let's wait to gather the facts. Except in her initial statement to the press corps on her plane, Hillary Clinton said this.
I've been briefed about the bombings in New York and New Jersey and the attack in Minnesota.
I've been briefed on the bombings in New York and New Jersey and the attack in Minnesota.
So the difference is Trump's statement was 30 minutes after the incident. Hillary Clinton's was 2.5 hours later.
There's no difference.
I know. The woman, the left is really stretching here to try and make Donald Trump see unfit to be president, especially in moments of crisis. Such as bombings and attacks.
So to be clear, now, you don't have any problem with what Trump said.
No, I'm sinking in, listening to you and some of our listeners. I don't have a problem with what Trump said.
All right, well,
but
good.
I was a mouthpiece to the left saying that this is what I've heard from them, that he's unfit to be president because he just rushed to judgment saying it was a bomb. It could have been something else, a severed gas line. Who knows?
So it clearly was bombs.
It was a bomb.
It's trending in the direction we anticipate it would trend. Although we're
not looking for a bombing suspect.
Or withholding judgment, and Hillary Clinton used the same terminology, even though apparently it was edited out on CNN.
Yeah, it was edited out. So this is how CNN played it.
We have to let this investigation unfold. I'll have more to say about it when we actually know some facts. I think it's always wiser to wait until you have information before making conclusions.
So they completely edited out the bomb portion of it.
Well, just get used to this. For the next 50 days, the D.C. press corps is taking the advice of Jorge Ramos from Univision, which is just forget feigning impartiality. Just that is out the window. This is going to be full-on onslaught to protect Hillary and her surrogates and to decimate, to the extent possible, Trump and his surrogates. This is full-on war. Hillary Clinton and the D.C. press corps versus Donald Trump, particularly now that Hillary is flailing and Donald Trump is rising. But this whole conversation about the responses to these terrorist attacks, and we knew right away they were terrorist attacks. Bombing is a terrorist attack. The responsible party, we can wait to identify. We don't need to rush to judgment on that. But if somebody bombs neighborhoods, somebody stabs people while invoking Allah and asking if you're Muslim at a mall in St. Cloud, Minnesota, that is a terrorist attack. I don't know what else you can call it. And so the willful blindness of the left, as most evidenced by Comrade de Blasio, the mayor of New York City, is also an intentional act, to borrow his phraseology. And I want to introduce this piece that was written by Nassim Taleb. Nassim Taleb is the author of the book Black Swan. Widely regarded as one of the most important books since World War II. My term is sophisticated barbarian. His term is the intellectual yet idiot, the IYI. You're gonna make one. You're gonna want to make copies of this and distribute in your neighborhood and distribute your church this Sunday. The intellectual yet idiot is a production of modernity, hence has been accelerating since the mid-20th century, writes Taleb. To reach its local supremum today, along with the broad category of people without skin in the game who've been invading many walks of life. Why? Simply, in most countries, the government's role is between 5 and 10 times what it was a century ago. Beware the semi-erudite who thinks he is an erudite. He fails to naturally detect sophistry. The IYI, the intellectual yet idiot, pathologizes others for doing things he doesn't understand without ever realizing it is his understanding that may be limited. He thinks people should act according to their best interests, and he knows their interests, particularly if they're rednecks or English non-crisp vowel class who voted for Brexit. More socially, the IYI subscribes to the New Yorker. He never curses on Twitter. He speaks of equality of races and economic equality, but never went out drinking with a minority cab driver. Again, no real skin in the game. The IYI has a copy of the first hardback edition of Black Swan on his shelves, but mistakes absence of evidence for evidence of absence. Typically, the IYI gets the first-order logic right, but not the second-order or higher effects, making him totally incompetent in complex domains. Second-order like relational logic and higher. The IYI has been wrong historically on Stalinism, Maoism, GMOs, Iraq, Libya, Syria, lobotomies, urban planning, low-carb diets, gym machines, behaviorism, Freudianism, portfolio theory, linear regression, Gaussianism, salafism, housing projects, selfish gene, Bernie Madoff pre-blow-up, and p-values. But he is convinced that his current position is right. The point he makes in a very entertaining way on his blog, does Tlaib, is it turns out that you can have a BA from Tufts and an MPA from Harvard and still not know what the hell you're talking about. An intellectual yet idiot. I made this very point actually at a fundraiser on the North Shore, which is the home of many of these people, at a fundraiser for Joan Lasand, who's running for running against Jan Schakowsky in this cycle, where you have right-thinking people in the North Shore, and they need to challenge the intellectual yet idiots with all the academic credentials and none of the ability to perform complex thinking in the public policy arena, to connect dots, to make relational, logical connections. And this was on display over the weekend, speaking of the New Yorker, by the national correspondent for the New Yorker. His name is Mark Leibovich, and listen to what he had to say.
You know, there's like this divide between Republicans who actually know who Robert Gates is and those who don't.
Oh, hilarious.
Two-time Secretary of Defense. Wait. He said Robert Gates?
Yeah, Mark Leibovich. There's a divide between, he's talking about Trump. There's a divide between Republicans who know who Robert Gates is, who was critical of Trump and Hillary in an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal on Friday, and Republicans who don't. As if all Democrat voters know who Robert Gates is. Could give you chapter and verse on Robert Gates and his views and his tenure in the intelligence community over several presidents. Of course they can't. Of course they can't. But Leibovich, who's the chief correspondent for the New Yorker, is exactly the intellectual yet idiot that Tlaib is talking about. And his disdain just fuels the so-called deplorables.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Forecast for today, plenty of sunshine. It's going to be warm, so get out and enjoy your day. A high of 85 degrees. Then tonight for your Bears-Eagles game, it'll be 75 degrees at kickoff. Rain's rolling through here around midnight, 1 a.m., so that's no worries or concerns. And then tomorrow, some brilliant sunshine, a high of 82. No complaints in the weather department. Any complaints on the roadways? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Lots of them, Amy. It's heavy this morning. Northbound I-65, slow 61st Avenue to Ridge Road with a crash in the left lane. Edens is 40 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 27. To Kennedy, an hour and 8 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound an hour 13. The Eisenhower, an hour and 20 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, and an hour 5 from Manheim. Outbound 55 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson is an hour and 8 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 40 minutes. Bryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 40 minutes. I-80 to the merge, Division 4 to 30. Heavy on the eastbound Adams Tollway, Randall to 31, and 59 to 53. And from Bussey to the Kennedy, Reagan Tollway really slow going now. And the Fox River to 355, and Highland to the Eisenhower. Veterans Memorial delays, Boughton most of the way to Roosevelt, and Lake Street to 290. The Tri-State's gotten heavier with long delays, Cicero to Harlem, 75th to Ogden, Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
The following is an incredible, life-changing free offer for anyone with hearing problems who wants to start hearing everything more clearly again. We're now offering free in-home trials of a revolutionary hearing breakthrough called Listen Clear to anyone who calls this special toll-free number now. 1-800-933-0414. Call in the next 10 minutes and you'll also qualify for free shipping and free batteries for life. Listen Clear is precisely designed by top audio engineers. It adjusts to let you find the perfect way to hear everything, wherever you are and whatever you're doing. And Listen Clear is so invisible, people may not even know you're wearing it. And it's so lightweight, you may even forget you're wearing it too. Don't miss this special life-changing opportunity to hear everything more clearly again for free with a 100% free in-home trial, free shipping, and even free batteries for life. For free information, call now. 1-800-933-0414. That's 1-800-933-0414. 1-800-933-0414.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
About 6 years ago, I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store without having to stop and rest. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
It's time to gear up for fall at John Deere with a new compact utility tractor. Get 0% financing for 60 months, big implement bonuses, and our free 6-year powertrain warranty on versatile, easy-to-use John Deere compact tractors. It's time to gear up today and save. Offer ends October 28, 2016, subject to approved installment credit with John Deere Financial. Terms, conditions, exclusions, and warranty limitations apply. See dealer for details.
Visit Shorewood Home and Auto in Shorewood and Crete, or find us at myjohndeeredealer.com.
Geico presents a voicemail from your friend, Tree Branch.
Hi, it's me, Tree Branch. So, about the other night, look, it's no secret your roof and I never quite got along. It's a roof and I'm a branch, and that's how these things go. But I'm calling to say I'm really, truly sorry about what I did to your gutters and skylight. And also, I'm not paying for the damage. Okay, bye.
Trees never pay for roof damage. Luckily, one call to the Geico Insurance Agency makes it easy to switch and save on homeowners insurance.
AM 560, The Answer. Don't miss Freedom Summit Chicago 2016, October 29th in Itasca. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Dan and Amy, so every now and again we check in on the financial state of affairs in Illinois, particularly vis-a-vis the rest of the nation, to make sure we're still the worst example, and there's been no market improvement. And to help us do that, we're joined by Sheila Weinberg, who's the founder and CEO of Truth in Accounting. Now, I'm on the board of Truth in Accounting, which is a nonprofit, so you can factor that in to our discussion however you so choose. But Truth in Accounting is out with a new report that I had nothing to do with, their annual financial state of the states, which ranks all 50 states by their financial health and categorizes the worst actors as sinkhole states and the best actors as sunshine states. And Sheila Weinberg, thanks for joining us. Where does Illinois fall? Are we a sinkhole state again?
We're a sinkhole state. The good news is New Jersey and Connecticut are still worse than we are, but we're right up there, the third worst state in the nation.
I find that hard to believe with our unfunded pension liabilities that we're only third worst. I would think we're worst.
Yeah, well, we do it per taxpayer, so those other states have a few less taxpayers than we do. So we have a total of $187 billion of unfunded bills, including those pensions.
But isn't Illinois still hiding billions of dollars in pension debt and retirement debt? And what does that total come to?
Yeah, it's amazing that the government did have to start putting their pension liability finally on their balance sheet, but they're still hiding $8.1 billion of it, and they're hiding $32.3 billion of their retiree health care benefits.
And so, these billions and hundreds of billions of dollars, they're kind of unfathomable numbers. So drill this down to kind of like a per taxpayer number that people can, comprehend.
Well, each taxpayer needs to send $45,500 to Springfield, and then we had to clear it up the bills that we've accumulated to date.
No, not each. That's each taxpayer, not each family. So a family of four, you're talking about $180,000.
No, that is each taxpayer, which would be about approximately each household.
Each household is.
All right. So Dan, will you cover for me?
Yeah,
and Peyton and Eli, will you help us out?
I'll write a check for $90 to cover the Jacobson household as well. No problem. Happy to do it because I know how well it will be spent on my behalf.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it amazes me that, they've accumulated this debt, but they continually say, hey, we've lived up to that balanced budget requirement.
Well, and so how, there was a recent ratcheting down of the expected return on investment with the teachers' pension fund that added, billions more to the annual payment that needs to be made, at least legally. If we move that down in these other pension funds from 7.5% expected rate of return to something that is more realistic with respect to the market, you move it down a percentage point or two, then you really start to see these things explode and these numbers multiply.
Yeah, and it's amazing, that they still think that they can earn, 7.5%, 8%. They say over the last 30 years they have done that, but I suspect that probably is not going to be the case over the next 30 years.
So how are taxpayers going to suffer from this? Is it through higher interest rates or what?
Well, the biggest thing that they suffer from is currently it's not what future higher interest rates for roads we found, but it's that we can't hold our elected officials accountable because again they're claiming these balanced budgets, but they're actually spending more than they're receiving in taxes. So the taxpayers really aren't getting a feel for how much government really costs because they're not paying for the government they're getting because the costs are being hidden.
And so the states that are on the other end, we know that New Jersey, Connecticut, Illinois, Kentucky, Massachusetts are on the wrong end. What are the states on the right end, and what are they doing that the sinkhole states like us are not doing?
Well, Alaska is our best state. They actually have a taxpayer surplus of $52,600. Then there's North Dakota, Wyoming, Utah, and Nebraska, our top sunshine states versus the sinkhole state that Illinois is. And, obviously those are, have a lot of natural resources, but they tend to do something unusual, which is they really balance their budget. So they only spend what the taxpayers are willing to give them.
That's
and it's great because they pay you to live there. And if you have 4 kids, then you get $4,000.
Well, maybe the Palin family has some room to rent for us, and we can broadcast the show from Ice Station Zebra up there in Juneau or something. Sheila Weinberg, founder and CEO of Truth in Accounting. Thanks so much for joining us and giving the update on Illinois' financial condition. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan and Amy.
And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
This is Bob.
Hi, I'm Bob.
His company put their trust in Air Comfort to keep their business running cool all summer. Bob knows the value of proper chiller maintenance that includes end-of-season service, so he'll be ready for next summer.
I'm ready.
Dave, on the other hand, thought he could put off servicing his chiller at the end of last season and had 3 complete shutdowns this summer. Needless to say, his staff and customers were not happy. Moral of the story? Preventative maintenance will save you time, money, and trouble. As the hot weather ends, you need maintenance on your chiller before the start of next season. Air Comfort has one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with a dedicated factory-trained chiller department that takes a scientific approach to analyzing your system and determining any needed maintenance. They know how to work on large equipment, perform an analysis of your chiller, and get you ready for next season. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
You've heard me talk about how your business can profit from having an updated phone system at zero cost. The truth is, an outdated system can mean lost revenue. That's why AM560 chooses to work with Innovative Networks. They excel at providing innovative solutions to reinforce your company's phone infrastructure and enhance call flow. We appreciate how comprehensive, diligent, and cost-effective Innovative Networks was in providing solutions that scale as our business expands. Not only can they replace your outdated phone system at no cost, Innovative Networks will provide hands-on training to maximize your capabilities. You'll save money and be more focused on growing your business. AM560 is thrilled with Innovative Networks, so follow our lead and call Innovative Networks at 312-889-9090. They're A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau. The number, 312-889-9090, or visit go4inet.com. That's go, the number 4, INET.com.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Why is Willie Wilson bonding out those accused of committing crimes in Chicago? We'll discuss.
But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. We have 60 degrees right now at 7:32. Bombings in New York City, New Jersey Shore, and Elizabeth, New Jersey are fueling concerns about whether an active terror cell is operating in New York and on the Jersey Shore. 5 are in custody connected with Saturday night's bombing in New York City. Various reports say authorities stopped the 5 as they drove in Brooklyn late yesterday. The FBI has also issued an alert that they're searching for 28-year-old Ahmad Rahami in connection with the incident. Donald Trump says this morning there is a possibility we could see more incidents like this across the country.
Our country has been weak. We're letting people in by the thousands and tens of thousands. I've been saying you got to stop it. You got to. I mean, just last week, Obama said more than 100,000 people are going to come in from Syria. He's letting more people in, 100,000.
Saturday's bombing in the Chelsea neighborhood left more than 24 hurt. A second pressure cooker device was found blocks away. Hillary Clinton offered her first thoughts on the explosions.
We need to do everything we can to support our first responders, also to pray for the victims. We have to let this investigation unfold.
In Minnesota, the suspect in a knife attack at a Minnesota shopping mall has been identified as 20-year-old Dahir Aden. The St. Cloud Somali American community says the 20-year-old Aden was responsible for that attack. Meantime, FBI Special Agent in Charge Rick Thornton at a news conference yesterday says he is right now proceeding as if the attack at a Minnesota mall was a terror attack.
We are currently investigating this as a potential act of terrorism.
That investigation continues this morning in St. Cloud. A portion of the CTA's Red Line suspended on Chicago's South Side. Trains were stopped early this morning between 95th and 63rd because of a fatal incident on the tracks. Chicago police say they will expand the use of body cameras to include all officers on patrol within 2 years. Eddie Johnson, the superintendent, announcing the plan Sunday, and says the numbers of body cameras will increase by several thousand at a cost to taxpayers of over $8 million. Brewers clipped the Cubs 3-1. Sox suffer a 10-3 loss to the Royals, and the Bears battle the Eagles tonight. The news, a service of Staples, with great deals on everything you need printed for your business. Now get 20% back in rewards on all color printing, brochures, flyers, even signs, printed same or next day. Ends 10/29. Exclusions apply. See store or staples.com for details. Staples, make more happen. 7:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager laughs at the media coverage of Hillary Clinton.
New York Times says that Matt Lauer wasn't tough enough on Trump. He was too tough on Hillary. The thought that the press is too tough on Hillary Clinton makes one choke. I have nothing to say because the absurdity of it is only acceptable if you live in the world of the New York Times mentality.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Remodel your kitchen with Galaxy. Buy one cabinet and get one free with free financing and design services. Call 773-783-8300.
Hi, this is Shalom Klein of Get Down to Business, the show for small business, jobs, and entrepreneurship, powered by Tandem HR.
401k plans have become a widely accepted retirement savings vehicle. An estimated 53 million U.S. workers participate in 401k plans today. Business owners offering retirement savings plans help employees save for their future and are often seen as desirable places to work. Attract and retain the best employees while earning tax savings for your business. According to the American Benefit Council, nearly 80% of full-time workers have access to employer-sponsored retirement plans. Are you a small or mid-sized business not currently offering a retirement plan? Contact Tandem HR today to find out how to add this and other affordable benefits to compete for talent. Visit tandemhr.com. That's tandemhr.com.
For more tips, advice, and stories of entrepreneurial successes, listen to Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein, heard Sunday afternoons at 6. Your Business Minute of the Day is powered by Tandem HR.
Somewhere in America, at just this moment, as you said listening to this radio show, there is a young person waiting to discover Ayn Rand's novels, waiting to have his or her life changed by the beauty of Ayn Rand's art and the logic of her ideas. Over the past decade, through ARI's Free Books to Teachers program, they have delivered more than 3 million copies of Ayn Rand's books to schools in every state. Right now, they are placing more than 5,000 copies of Anthem, The Fountainhead, and Atlas Shrugged in schools right here in Chicago. Since 2003, they have placed more than 50,000 of Ayn Rand's novels in the Chicagoland area. You can help reach young minds today. You can help reach more students within this listening area. Make your tax-deductible contribution now at AynRand.org/support. That's AYNRAND.org/SUPPORT.
7:38. Let's get a quick update on the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. Here's Jim.
CTA red line, Mike, is still shut down between 79th and 63rd after that overnight incident. It's very heavy on the expressways right now, with the Edens running 40 minutes late. Cook to the junction and outbound 35. The Kennedy looking at an hour and 25 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound an hour 17. The Ike an hour and a half. Thorndale to the post office, outbound an hour. Stevenson an hour 10. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 50 minutes. Everything else heavy too. Traffic is a service of Subway. Subway restaurants feature a different 6-inch sub for $3.50 every day. Today is sweet onion chicken teriyaki. Participation may vary. Additional charges for extras and deluxe plus tax may not be combined with other offers. It's traffic. AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Sunny start to the day. Clouds will mix in this afternoon, breezy and very warm, 85 for a high temp. Should have clouds ahead of the kickoff for the Bears and Eagles. Thunderstorms later in the evening, closer to the Wisconsin border, low 64. 60 at O'Hare. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Empowered Investing, the show dedicated to investors. Heard Saturdays at noon right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Don't miss Freedom Summit Chicago 2016, October 29th in Itasca. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Just updating what we know about the terrorist attacks in New York, New Jersey, and Minnesota. We've been discussing all morning.
We have some breaking news.
Yeah, the suspect that has been identified and for which there is an ongoing manhunt, Ahmad Khan Rahami, 28-year-old man, believed to be
a naturalized citizen from Afghanistan.
Yes, believed to be responsible for the Chelsea bombings. And the raid the FBI launched in Elizabeth this morning, because Elizabeth was the site of 5 pipe bombs being found near the subway station. The raid in Elizabeth apparently believed to be Rahami's residence.
Right. It's located, you see the video, it's above a fried chicken restaurant, is an apartment. That police have been raiding for a few hours now. But yeah, the sources, AP, saying that is where Rahami lived.
So we'll continue to update the story as more information becomes available on Mr. Rahami or other related matters. As you can imagine, a number of parallel tracks upon which this investigation is running. But I want to switch gears and talk about this story. State Representative Ron Sandak, former Republican legislator from Downers Grove, who resigned rather abruptly in July. And he cited cybersecurity concerns and that politics had gotten too ugly He was the subject of some social media hacking. He filed a police report with the Downers Grove Police where he lives. And it was all just kind of very bizarre, kind of.
It was very vague.
Spend more time with my family kind of stuff. Politics too ugly. Yeah, it was very abrupt.
And that's when you ask, well, do they want to spend more time with you?
Correct.
Exactly.
Always a good question.
All these politicians who want to spend more time with their families and their grandkids, but do they want to see you more?
Yeah,
You know,
I mean,
that's,
it's kind of a two-way street.
Yeah, no one ever asks of their opinion. But yeah, there's something shady going on. And then on Friday, the shoe dropped.
Well, and here's the question before we get to the details here.
Yeah.
Does character matter? Because I know there's some people who believe, someone's personal character doesn't matter as a public official. It's just how they vote. It's just how they vote. I don't care about their personal life, which is the same thing as saying I don't care about their character. Does that matter? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 646-360-A, turnkey.pro text line. Does character matter when it comes to a public official? I submit it's all that matters, and let me give you a case in point, Ron Sandak. And by the way, full disclosure.
Yeah, weren't you friends with him at some point in time or cordial with one another?
Through my independent expenditure PAC that focuses on state legislative races in Illinois, I supported two primary candidates against Ron Sandak, both in 2012 and 2014.
And wasn't that for his stance on same-sex marriage?
It was because we could have increased the conservative quotient in that seat that covers Downers Grove and Lisle townships, and it should be held by a conservative, and I didn't believe Ron Sandak was. And as usual, I turned out to be correct. And it was more than just his flip-flopping on marriage redefinition. It was a number of issues, and I won't go into the details, but the record reflects all the commercials that my PAC financed in mail and so forth. So just understand where I'm coming from on Ron Sandak, even though, he won fair and square and fine, and that was it, and water under the bridge. But understand where I'm coming from, just in the interest of full disclosure. But here's the deal. The deal is he got catfished, I guess. That's what he's claiming. That he fell for what he describes as an international criminal ring of people trying to get men to engage in inappropriate conversations online. I took their bait and I fell for it hook, line, and sinker, he apparently said in a statement on Twitter, and fell for it so far that he wired money to the Philippines, an undisclosed amount, at the behest of extortionary demands by this person who he was communicating with on Facebook and or other social media.
So he's married, and a lot of people said, oh, now he's the victim because he was extorted. But he was engaging in inappropriate conversations with this person. It could probably be a man posing as a woman. Who knows? And so how is he the victim in this?
Maybe it's
because he brought it upon himself. And I'm sorry, he felt he got Anthony Weinered. Okay, he did.
Well, I mean, the first tip off should have been that the person he was communicating with was Lene Kakua. And so, I mean, did he not hear the Manti Te'o story? No, that was not her name or his name or whatever the hell was going on. I have no idea. Yeah. But he did say in a statement, poor decisions on my part enabled me to be a victim. And as a responsible citizen, I reported it and have been working with police throughout their investigation.
Conjecture on my part, he probably reported it because they were trying to extort him for even more money. And they knew that if he didn't pay the money, they were going to come out and, call it what it is.
Well, and
smear him politically.
Well, that's essentially what happens in an extortion. It never ends, right? And he went on to say, this is Sandak, just to give him a fair hearing, I made a mistake for which I'm remorseful and ashamed, especially because I have hurt my family. But here's the deal. I'm not here to pile on Sandak, although it would be easy to do so. The question is, this is why, or my thesis is, this is why character matters, because he was compromised. And even though the extortion had nothing to do with his legislative duties, it certainly could have.
Yeah, I mean, this is embarrassing. The talk, he used his computer in St. Charles where he's a partner in a law firm, and he spoke with a woman on Skype, and then he told police that, she was in her early 20s with long black hair, and her appearance did not match the photos attached to the Skype or Facebook accounts.
Shocking.
Oh, my God. It's so embarrassing. I mean,
And he also...
And the next morning, she sent a message making an unspecified demand of money, which he paid off by wiring the money to the Philippines.
And in a related story, he said, I'll pay you the extortion money as soon as I get this money from the Nigerian prince that has said he will send me money to hold for him, and I'll get a cut of it. But he's fleeing his country, and he needs someplace to stash
I got
his
that same
cash.
email.
So
can I have can you wire me your bank account information so I could stash his cash?
So if you could put all these internet scams together, you got something.
I've got some dead relatives in Sweden who need my account numbers,
Look,
too.
Lene Kakua, I'm about to come into a lot of money from a Nigerian prince. So if you just hold your roll a little bit, I can get you some cash and make this
But how
go
could
away.
he be so, I don't want to say dumb, but ignorant, so let his guard down like that? I mean, he's an attorney, too, an elected official, a family man.
Well, is he? So, I mean,
you're right. I mean, I wonder his wife's reaction to this.
Well, I mean, and a little bit of kind of the abrupt resignation in July, that probably would have been a time to come clean, to totally come clean, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, ultimately it was going to come out. People knew this was fishy. It was bizarre. He didn't notify the governor. He notified no one. We found out through like a hasty blog post that he was resigning, and it was just so unusual. He was Rauner's floor leader, one of his floor leaders in the House on the turnaround agenda and so forth. So for him to do that kind of about face was, of course, demanded additional inquiry, which was provided by news agencies. Ultimately, this was going to come out. So it would have been probably better and in his interests in terms of standing if he had just copped to the whole thing at the outset, but he didn't. Steve in Downers Grove.
Yeah, you know what? I'll be straight with you here, Dan. I live in Downers Grove. He's not the victim. I'm the victim of the worst mayor in the history of the state of Illinois. You know, this guy's probably been stalking the cheerleaders at Downers Grove North. Could you do me one favor? Don't talk about this loser anymore. Let's just forget about it. He's an embarrassment to civilization. Goodbye.
Okay, thanks for the call, Steve.
I don't think he's stalking cheerleaders at
No.
DG North. It's DG South.
And we're using this as an
They're
example.
hotter.
I mean, he's not the only example. There are myriad examples. When we talked about Anthony Wieners and
Yeah, it doesn't
so
matter
many
if you're
people.
Democratic or a Republican.
Right. The issue is
Don't
character.
cheat on your wives.
Well,
and online.
The issue is character.
I know, but people
That's
think that if
one
it's
manifestation of it.
If people think if it's not face to face, because I had a friend who she just divorced her husband because he had these fictitious women online that he was literally like having sexting with, and then she said, well, he defended himself saying, well, it wasn't contact, it was just a fantasy world.
What if
this is all just a fantasy, the cyberspace?
What if you have imaginary friends?
That's what this is, pretty much.
No, but I mean truly imaginary friends
okay.
offline.
Oh, like
that you
Kim,
just
who's sitting
speak
next
up.
to me here?
Yeah.
Hi, Kim.
Robert in Northbrook, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, Dan, it's the first time I ever really agreed with you wholeheartedly.
Oh,
the only thing that counts is character. Yeah, it's true. The only thing that counts is character, because you cannot sit there and speculate the situations that are going to come up that somebody's going to have to vote on. There's always a surprise. You can't figure everything, so you got to rely on somebody's character, and that's all that counts. And in regards to Amy's question, stress makes people do weird things. You get stressed out, you look for noise, not actual noise, but you look for a distraction, and that's what happens sometimes. People do things out of character.
Thanks for the call, Robert. I would also say sometimes there's an arrogance associated with being in a powerful position, even like a kind of nominally powerful position like a legislator. But you hear enough people, shining your shoes for you, and sometimes you think you're above kind of the normal constructs of being a good person or being a character or being a good character or being responsible for your actions, and it tends to excesses. That's why Lord Acton famously said, "Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely." So I think that's right. I mean, it's a good day when Robert from Northbrook agrees with me.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
Here's David Kolsak, president of Turnkey IT, on how they do business differently.
It's been 20 years, and the business has changed probably 40 times in 20 years because technology changes every year, and you have to stay with it. You have to know where it's going and prognosticate where that is, and our clients really benefit from our knowledge and our experience and the way that we're reading the roadmap. We're putting them on things that are coming out in the future, and if it's not beneficial to the client, we won't be putting them on there. And a lot of people just fly by the seat of their pants. We have a director of information technology that his job is only to scout new technologies and how they can affect a small business. Every business, no matter if it's a funeral home, a manufacturer, a car dealer, whatever, we all rely on our information, and when that information isn't available, your business is shot. So our main purpose is to really do our very best to keep people up 100% of the time, to keep them backed up and make sure that they can do what they do, and we can deal with the technical stuff.
Leave the technical stuff to the pros at Turnkey so you can focus on the important things of your business. Visit turnkey.pro today. Collectors of coins, currency investors, and people who want to check out fantastic history make plans to attend the Illinois Numismatic Association's 57th Coin and Currency Show at the Tinley Park Convention Center this Thursday through Saturday. Admission and parking are free. Just bring your photo ID. This is one of the largest shows in the country with hundreds of dealers, the best coin dealers from all over the country. See displays valued at millions of dollars, U.S. and world paper money, gold and silver bullion, and a lot more. If you're a serious collector, an investor, or just want to find out more about coins, currency, and collectibles, this show is a can't miss. Saturday, lots of events for the kids, including a treasure hunt and a youth auction. Friday, don't miss the Fox Valley's coin auction at 5. Preview is before that. The Illinois Numismatic Association's 57th Coin and Currency Show, this Thursday through Saturday at the Tinley Park Convention Center. Admission and parking are free with your photo ID. Get more information at ilnaclub.org. That's ilnaclub.org.
Hi, I'm Mary Beth. I had a failed root canal and it was causing me pain. Dr. Neruzzi took care of my tooth and I got my implant, and then I had another after that fail, and he did that one as well. And the experience they were amazing. It was not painful at all like I thought it was going to be, and I was very, very, very nervous about the whole thing. Nobody enjoys getting, implants or dental work, and I procrastinated, but I had to have it done. And he took me in immediately and took care of it. And he made it really affordable. They're very accommodating to people that cannot afford to have it done. I would recommend Dr. Neruzzi to anybody, and I have given him referrals. My own sister had hers done by him.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
I mean, one of the other things you have to understand, Amy, is that Springfield is a den of iniquity. It's like a Gore Vidal novel come to life. But that doesn't excuse boorish behavior. And as Robert from Northbrook, I'm still enjoying our agreement. Essentially was saying character is the only thing that endures. That in addition to my beauty.
Oh.
Harry in Barrington, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
While I process that.
Yeah,
Good morning. Good morning, guys. What I would say is I would take issue with Lord Acton's famous statement there. I don't think it's so much that power corrupts. I think it's that positions of power attract sociopaths.
Well,
power to these people is like a life preserver to somebody who's drowning. They have to have it. It's pathological.
It's an addiction.
I think if you get somebody of absolute, who has integrity, who's intellectually honest, who has good moral character, I don't think they're going to be corruptible. Not by power, anyway.
Well, thanks for the call.
Maybe this isn't the first time. Maybe this is just the time he got caught.
Well, I think that's right. I think what Harry's saying is right, I should say. And there are examples of that. There are people in public office that I know that are incorruptible too.
Mm-hmm.
You know why? Because they remember who they're here to serve.
Yep.
So let me get Tom Morrison, the state rep from Palatine, for example. He is a servant leader because he remembers his relationship to God and what he's here to do on this planet. And I think the people that have kind of that relationship right are much more likely to avoid the pitfalls of power and prestige and fame or infamy and all of the other things that are fleeting.
How many affairs do you think go on in Springfield when these state reps and state senators are not? Because I know of 3, which I will never discuss on this air, of people that were married politicians who were having affairs with other politicians. and some crossing party lines.
Oh my gosh, this is
Can you
turning into
believe
the Springer
Democrats
Show.
Sleeping with
You're
Republicans.
listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer. And now, a moment of objectivism with your Ron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
The critics of income inequality say they are for social justice. But what does that mean? It means that if you're really productive, if you work hard, create lots of wealth, and make a lot of money, you're doing something bad. You're creating inequality. So what's fair? Well, what's fair is that government take a bunch of your money and give it to other people. Why do they deserve it? Because they didn't create much wealth. That's what it comes down to. Social justice says to punish people who've done nothing wrong for the sake of other people who have not been wronged. On the other hand, justice says to punish people for the wrong they've done to others. To learn more, visit ARIradio.com. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Yaron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brook Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ARIradio.com.
Why are Ayn Rand's ideas so compelling? Her worldview, her philosophy, expressed dramatically in her novels Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead, embodies the ideals stated by the Founding Fathers in the Declaration of Independence and sets forth the requirements necessary to achieve a flourishing life. She called her philosophy objectivism and said it was a philosophy for living on Earth. Today, decades after her death, objectivism continues to stir debate and inspire passion for the spirit of individualism and the enduring American dream.
Hey, are you looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing mortgage? Then you need to do what I did and call David Hochberg over there at Pearl Mortgage. Kim wrote, I listen to you all the time on the radio and hope you can get my 80-year-old mother help her refinance her Des Plaines condo. She owes $170,000. Her rate is over 6%. Her credit is good, and she receives Social Security, and the monthly payments are killing her. My mom would like to refinance, but she's not working, and her condo isn't FHA approved, so she can't do a reverse mortgage. I hope you can help my mom lower her payments. Well, David is now working with Kim and her mother to refinance her into a lower rate and substantially reduce her payment. If you'd like to see if David can reduce the rate of your loan or one of your family members' loans, then call him now, 312-751-1333, or visit am560david.com. David helped me and thousands of AM 560 listeners, but he can't help you if you don't call. 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333, or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage, an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358 NMLS 19186.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I know, I've seen it in my lab, and I know that it works. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection. And that, to me, as a scientist, rings so true, and it's only natural.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Outside, we have clear skies as authorities look into an active New York, New Jersey terror cell. We get the latest from Fox News. Forecast after Fox on AM 560 WIND Chicago News Time. 8.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Dave Anthony. They consider him armed and dangerous. A terror suspect now being sought in Saturday night's New York City bombing. Fox's Tanya J. Powers is on the case live.
Ahmed Khan Rahami is 28, a naturalized U.S. citizen who was born in Afghanistan. The FBI says he's wanted for questioning and is believed to be linked to the incidents in both New Jersey and New York. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo urges people to stay vigilant.
The fundamental goal of these acts are to disrupt our life, right? Disrupt freedom, disrupt democracy. And we're not going to let them do that.
5 people were taken into custody in New York. They are reportedly relatives of Rahami. Dave.
Now, Tanya, law enforcement sources tell Fox all the bombings in the area are linked together.
The explosion that we had down in Seaside Park, New Jersey, the explosion in Chelsea and Manhattan on Saturday, and then the explosion overnight here in Elizabeth, New Jersey.
Fox's Leland Vittert is near where an apartment in Elizabeth is being raided by the FBI.
The 5 pipe bombs, one that exploded, 4 that did not, in Elizabeth that were found in a backpack near the train station, did not have any electronics attached to them. The mayor speculating perhaps that the person who was holding those pipe bombs was trying to ditch them perhaps as they fled.
Now, the other bombs in other locations all had cell phones attached to them, including the pressure cooker device found unexploded in Manhattan. Police detonated it last night, and the FBI will analyze the remnants in Virginia. Donald Trump tells Fox News we have to hit terrorists harder overseas and block them from coming here.
We're letting tens of thousands of people flow into this country, and they're bringing in many cases. This is cancer from within.
The Republican will meet later today with Egypt's president on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly. President Obama will sit down with China's premier and Iraq's prime minister today. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Skies are sunny. We have 63 degrees. 8:02 is our time on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A portion of the CTA's Red Line remains suspended on Chicago's South Side. Trains were stopped early this morning because of a fatal incident on the tracks between 95th and 63rd. No one is in custody after a pregnant woman was shot and killed, a man critically hurt in a shooting on Chicago's South Side. The pair sitting in a parked car near 87th and Marquette. While the woman died, her baby was delivered and has been saved. A woman is facing charges of aggravated DUI following a deadly crash in Joliet. Jamie Mendez Jr. died at the hospital after Kathy Molitor's vehicle hit his motorcycle early yesterday at Route 59 and Country Glen Court. Molitor was arrested and is due in court later today. Charges are pending after an off-duty Chicago police officer died in a motorcycle crash. Officer Charles Barango's motorcycle was struck by a car Sunday that ran a red light in Forest View. That driver has a court date and was taken into custody. Family and friends are mourning the death of Cook County Commissioner Joan Murphy. The 79-year-old's daughter says she died yesterday at her suburban Crestwood home following a battle with breast cancer. Murphy began serving as commissioner in 2002. Brewers beat the Cubs 3-1, while the White Sox suffered a 10-3 loss to the Royals in KC, and the Bears battled the Eagles tonight on Monday Night Football. The news service of Accountemps. Accounting and finance salaries are on the rise in 2017. Get an in-depth salary forecast for more than 400 accounting and finance roles in your area by visiting them at accountemps.com, a Robert Half company. 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. From the Fox Business Network and a service of Turnkey.pro, here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, Samsung is reportedly investigating another version of the Note 7 catching fire, this one in China. This is especially concerning because the phone in China uses a different battery and so far has not had any problems. The Associated Press contacted the phone's owner, who said it was purchased online September 1st. It started to heat up and vibrate late Saturday night, then exploded and black smoke started coming from the phone. General Motors could be facing a strike tonight in Canada. Workers at 2 plants have been on the job without a contract. The plants provide about 15% of the engines or transmissions used in GM cars and trucks in the U.S. This is the week the Federal Reserve meets and will decide whether to raise interest rates. The 2-day meeting starts Tuesday and wraps up Wednesday. The Dow closed down 88 on Friday. NASDAQ dropped 5. S&P was down 8. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
When a politician says that they're going to raise taxes on small business, you need to realize that what they're saying is they're going to kill jobs.
The Dave Ramsey Show.
Because it's a very simple thing when you're running a small business. If you have your costs go up and you're in a business where you're competitive and you don't have the ability to raise your prices, then you simply cannot hire as many people. It's a very simple thing.
Dave Ramsey, weeknights starting at 7. Presented by Wintrust Community Bank on AM 560. The Answer.
Focus.
You need it to run a business, so don't let legal questions distract you. Use LegalZoom instead. Things like lease agreements and employment laws get complicated, but they're part of running a business. That's why LegalZoom built a network of independent attorneys in 48 states. You can rely on them for the legal details without paying by the hour, since LegalZoom isn't a law firm. So focus on growing your business and use LegalZoom for the legal stuff. LegalZoom. Legal help is here.
America is taking the lead in energy.
Leading the world in oil and natural gas production. I vote to keep it going. With the right policies, we can produce, refine, and supply
more oil and natural gas.
And more abundant energy
means more affordable energy for American families.
A more secure America.
Jobs.
Opportunity and economic growth. For our children
and grandchildren.
That's why this election, I'm voting
for American energy.
Learn more at voteforenergy.org.
Join us and become an energy voter.
Brought to you by American Petroleum Institute.
Focus. You need it to run a business, so don't let legal questions distract you. Use LegalZoom instead. Things like lease agreements and employment laws get complicated, but they're part of running a business. That's why LegalZoom built a network of independent attorneys in 48 states. You can rely on them for the legal details without paying by the hour, since LegalZoom isn't a law firm. So focus on growing your business and use LegalZoom for the legal stuff. LegalZoom. Legal help is here.
8:07. Let's check the roads in our AM 560 traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Inbound Eden's delay started Devon. It's 35 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 40. The Kennedy, an hour and 25 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 40 minutes from Montrose, 35 in the Express. Outbound an hour and 6 minutes to the airport. The Eisenhower, an hour and 30 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, an hour 15 from Manheim. Outbound 55 minutes to Thorndale. The Stevenson runs an hour and 20 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 50 minutes. The Ryan, 30 minutes. 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound. It is jammed. Central Road to Balmoral with a crash in the two right lanes. Northbound delays from Harlem to 75th. The Stevenson to 31st and Roosevelt up to Balmoral. Adams Tollway heavy from Randall to 31, 59 to 53 and Bussey to Lee. Reagan Tollway Randall to 59, 53 to Midwest and York to the Eisenhower. The Veterans Memorial is slow Boughton most of the way to St. Charles and Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, sunshine mixing with clouds, breezy and very warm. High 85. Tonight, partly cloudy with a strong evening thunderstorm in the area, followed by a shower or thunderstorm response late at night, low 64. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 63 at O'Hare, 68 along the lakefront. Next news coming up at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Power Trading Radio. Heard Sundays at 2 p.m. Brought to you each week by Online Trading Academy.
Good morning. Welcome to your Monday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Just before I got off the plane, a bomb went off in New York, and we better get very tough, folks. We better get very, very tough.
There is no evidence at this point of a terror connection to this incident.
I think it's always wiser to wait until you have information before making conclusions.
It's an awful day, honestly. For we've got 8 victims that were assaulted here in our mall, and so guess what? Starting tomorrow, things won't be the same here.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. As we've told you, there's a manhunt underway for 28-year-old Ahmad Khan Rahami, who apparently lived in Elizabeth, New Jersey, where 5 pipe bombs were found outside a subway station, no one injured, and is responsible now. The report is he's responsible for or connected to the bombings in Chelsea, in Elizabeth, and in Seaside.
And we do know overnight they did pick up detain 5 of his family members who were in one vehicle I'm sure that led information probably to, them calling him a suspect at this point. But yeah, they're saying he's responsible for the 3 attacks.
All right. Well, for more on this topic of counterterrorism, we're happy to be joined again by our friend Dr. Waleed Phares, Fox News Middle East and counterterrorism expert, as well as a Trump campaign foreign policy advisor. Dr. Phares, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So your reaction to these, perhaps connected bombings in the eastern seaboard and then the stabbing attack in St. Cloud, Minnesota?
Well, let me go straight to the substance, avoid this whole discussion about we're going to wait to see if it's terrorism or not. That we can discuss if you want in a second. Let me say that from my position, having been observing and monitoring and advising on these matters of jihadi terrorism, the fact that basically in Minnesota, the act of terrorism has been recognized by ISIS as one of them, this stretches the context onto all other actions. That's how I analyze it. So what we're seeing right now is a wave, like the Europeans have seen over the past few months, a wave of attacks. Obviously, the attacks do not resemble each other because that's what the guidance is from ISIS or from the jihadi network they are working with or being inspired by. So what that tells me is that this has been coordinated at some level, not all levels, and this is aiming at specifically our national security, more specifically in the area of greater New York because of the meetings. We have, 120 heads of state,
right,
governments coming. So I think this is a way that it won't stop.
So you have Ahmad Khan Rahami. He is a naturalized citizen from Afghanistan. In Minnesota, they've just identified the 22-year-old knife-wielding man there as Dahir Adan. Both are was born in Kenya, but his parents are Somalian. Do we need to do a better job of vetting people who come to this country and looking at their parents under a bigger microscope?
Precisely. This is at the heart of what we are debating right now. We've been discussing this for the last few years, meaning the lack of proper vetting. Proper vetting is not to ask them, are you jihadists? Proper vetting is not to require the police report from Somalia, Kenya, or Afghanistan. That is not. What we need to do is have a network that would combine intelligence, meaning our intelligence, our allies' intelligence, and then a second layer of detecting if these individuals are jihadists, have been indoctrinated, if their environment is. It's a very difficult thing, but we're not even beginning. And the reason for why we're not beginning is, unfortunately, this administration has erased the concept of jihadi ideology since 2009. It's only now that they are saying, oh, maybe that could help. Well, we're 7 years or 6 years and a half late.
And the interesting thing about these attacks, not dissimilar from Orlando, a nightclub, from San Bernardino at a community center, soft targets. We're not, and this seems to be something that ISIS has produced in terms of a directive. Don't go for iconic locations where security is heavy. Go for soft targets because you can inflict the same damage and carnage, and you've got a greater chance of success. And it creates that much more fear because it conveys that anybody, anywhere can be hit. That's
exactly it, my friend. The ISIS strategists and the jihadi strategists at large, and this is not something new, but these strategists in strategic communications have conveyed the message or the guideline that what is important in America or in the West in general is the impact the next day or the next hour, the post-terror attack. Because if one person is killed by a knife or an explosion, it's the same. We are paralyzed. We start a debate again. We don't know where we're going. Political chaos. That's what they actually want. That's why you're absolutely right. This is the doctrine of death by a million cuts. It's not a big wound. It's cut after cut after cut until the society is basically collapsing.
Now, Dr. Waleed Phares, what wing of ISIS is claiming responsibility for the Minnesota mall attack?
It means everything, in my view. It means that ISIS has, as it has promised, cells and individuals around the world and in America. But beyond that, it has an influence over people it may not be in touch with. The guys we call lone wolves are not really lone wolves. They are alone wolves, meaning they operate by themselves, but they are, of course, online. They go on iPhones. They go on every tool to see what ISIS is saying and asking. And they're doing this because they're indoctrinated. So this is the most difficult thing we're facing.
I want to get your reaction to the reactions over the weekend and into today from political leaders. Mayor de Blasio saying over the weekend that this was an intentional act, but there was no connection to terrorism. Well, even if it wasn't connected to ISIS or political Islamic terrorism, setting off bombs is a terrorist act, so he was unwilling to use the terrorism word. Hillary Clinton seemed to kind of gently criticize Donald Trump for using the term bombing, even though she used it and saying I was briefed on the bombings. Your reaction to the language of our political leaders in response to terrorist attacks like this?
We are very behind in this war with the jihadists. I mean, we are, 7 years after this administration began its change of narrative. We are 15 years since 9/11. We're still debating if this is a bomb or not, if this is an act of terror or not, if this is of jihadi nature, if we have the evidence. It's like we are in World War II in Britain, and London and other cities are bombarded, and we are, trying to find the linkage. We are in a war. Of course there is a linkage between all these attacks. Unfortunately, the culture still in our debate is very behind. That's not what's happening in Europe. At least in Europe, they identify it as a wave. They identify it as a confrontation with the Islamists or the jihadists, and more so in the Middle East. Now, I mean, it's amazing that the Middle East is way more advanced than we are on this issue, at least.
So do you think now that we are looking for a suspect, Rouhani, do you think that this is over now, or are you expecting more attacks?
It is very, very difficult to make those projections, and that's what I do in my expertise. I do expect more attempts for attacks, but I hope that between the public and the agencies, the first attack is the most difficult because it's a surprise in a season of attacks. But then the second one will be more difficult if agencies and the public cooperate. And what I would like to see the administration, even now, do is to inform and educate the public. Look what the French president or the prime minister of Britain do when there is an attack. They come on TV and they explain what's happening. They call on assistance from the citizens. In France, they call them soldier citizens. You have to be helping us, but we need to explain it to you.
Now,
and when President Obama has yet to address this issue.
Right. And now we're talking to Dr. Walid Phares, Fox News Middle East and counterterrorism expert, also Trump campaign foreign policy advisor. And Trump is being criticized, as I mentioned, by Hillary and others for using the word bombing allegedly before he had confirmation that the explosion was a bomb. Do you have any idea kind of what Trump knew and when he knew it, when he got off the plane in Colorado Springs and said, I've just been told that New York City has been hit with a bombing?
I am not privy of the details because I was not with him or didn't get that information. But he is now the Republican nominee. He's getting national security briefings. He is getting from his own experts, including most likely, I cannot confirm, but most likely experts on national security in New York City within the agency. They report to him. They send him also as well as they send to Mrs. Clinton. So him saying this was an explosion or a bomb is not that off from reality what is happening right now.
Now, I want to ask you about this op-ed that Robert Gates, who's a longtime member of the intelligence community, Secretary of Defense for both the George W. Bush and Obama administrations in parts, this op-ed he wrote in the Wall Street Journal that essentially tore up both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump in terms of their foreign policy, national security chops. He concludes his op-ed saying, at least on national security, I believe Mr. Trump is beyond repair. He is stubbornly uninformed about the world and how to lead our country and government and temperamentally unsuited to lead our men and women in uniform. He is unqualified and unfit to be commander-in-chief.
Look, I mean, if he says that 120 generals, admirals, national security workers, if all these academics surrounding him, if everybody is, not good, that means that this is a political position. I mean, even if I'm opposing Mr. Trump, and I would hear and read his speeches on national security and compare them with Secretary Clinton, these are candidates trying to find strategic answers. The way the Secretary Gates is, describing him is beyond. I mean, it's not acceptable the level of description that he made, that he's not able. What do you mean he's not able to make a national security decision when surrounded by 120 people who have done so for at least the last 3 decades?
And in your personal experience with him, do you find him properly inquisitive and taking information from experts and trying to formulate? I mean, is this your personal experience? Does that run counter to the characterization of Gates?
I can only speak about the details of my personal experience, if at all, after November 9, because we are bound by a document. But what I can say is before I became an advisor, I had the chance to brief him. So it was a free briefer. And then when we discussed maps, and when we looked at the region, the Middle East, and when we looked at homeland security issues, he was asking laser questions. Remember, he has been, as a CEO of a very complex institution, he asks, what are the downsides? What are the alternatives? Seek another opinion. That convinced me that he's able to absorb if he is briefed. I mean, let's compare with Senator Obama, who was basically confronting a national security monument, and that's McCain, or Bill Clinton, who was confronting the head of the CIA. And yet they were well advised, and they won the election.
Yeah. All right. He's Dr. Walid Phares, Fox News Middle East and counterterrorism expert, Trump campaign foreign policy advisor. Dr. Phares, thanks as always for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And I just want to add one thing to Phares. On this week's Against the Current, which you can find at upstream-ideas.com, sat down with James Carafano, who we've had on the show from the Heritage Foundation, another national security expert. He's participated in briefings with Trump, and he essentially echoes the sentiments of Dr. Phares and challenges the characterizations of Robert Gates.
And Dr. Walid Phares joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine and warm weather. Just a gorgeous summer day. Yes, summer is still around for a few more days. A high of 85 degrees. Tonight for your Bears-Eagles game, 75 degrees at kickoff. And it won't rain around here until midnight, 1 a.m. And then tomorrow, we're going to start the day with brilliant sunshine, they say, and a high in the low 80s. Let's get those travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Metro has delays on the Rock Island and Electric Line. CTA Red Line trains are running again between 79th and 63rd after overnight situation in which a person was hit by a train. Eden's inbound 35 minutes. Lake Cook to the Junction, outbound 40. The Kennedy, an hour and 13 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 58 minutes. The Eisenhower is an hour and a half. Thorndale to the post office, an hour 15 from Manheim. Outbound 55 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 12 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 50 minutes. The Ryan, 35 minutes. 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound. It is a mess from Lake Avenue to Balmoral. There's a crash there with one right lane now blocked. Northbound slow. 95th to the Mile-Long Bridge. From the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis. Really slow Roosevelt to Balmoral. The other tollways still have significant delays as well. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Hey, ChicagoRadioDeals.com can help you spiff up your home and auto. Wash away the road grime and dirt with a great deal from Fuller's Car Wash of Elk Grove Village. A full-service car wash package includes wash, vacuum, windows, dash wipe down, an $18 deal just for $10. And give your home the clean it needs with an excellent deal from the Grout Medic of LaGrange. Grout Medic offers a shower touch-up that includes a steam clean of your shower tile and grout, or choose a clean and color seal floor package for your kitchen or bathroom floor tile. Each deal, $110. That's a $250 value. And shop at a great local hardware store with personal customer service. Purchase the Addison Building Materials $100 certificate for only $50. Addison Building Materials is a true value retailer. So tackle your home improvement projects with help from your friends at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
The big home show at the Pheasant Run Resort in St. Charles is finally here, this weekend only. If you're looking to remodel your kitchen, bathroom, basement, or maybe get a new roof, flooring, windows, or siding, then this is the event for you. At this two-day expo, you'll meet local and national contractors displaying their products and services. Get new ideas, set up estimates, and talk directly with contractors, many of which are offering huge discounts. Maybe you need a new furnace, insulation, or just a handyman. You'll find everything you need under one roof. Increase the value of your home and bring your friends and family. Special announcement. Attend the expo between 12 and 1 Saturday and Sunday to meet HGTV star Kelly Edwards and enter for your chance to win cash and prizes. The winner could be you. Remember, the big home show at the Pheasant Run Resort in St. Charles this weekend only. Get more information at homeshowevent.com. That's homeshowevent.com.
I've been taking the Balance of Nature fruits and veggie capsules for many years. What hooked me was something I wasn't expecting. I was playing golf with one of my friends, and midway through the round, he looks over at me and says, "What's going on here? You're killing me. Did you get new clubs or something?" It dawned on me that the only thing I'm doing different is taking Balance of Nature. I've been a 15 handicap golfer for a long time. 3 months after I started taking the fruits and veggies, I started dropping strokes off my handicap. Even my sons noticed I was playing better. I told them, when I started getting enough fruits and veggies in my diet, I felt better. Better concentration, better swing. When you feel better, you play better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so the terrorist attacks of the weekend certainly going to provide backdrop for the first presidential debate, which is a week from tonight.
No teleprompters, no advisors, just the two candidates taking questions from a moderator.
Right. Important. You said just the two candidates because Jill Stein and Gary Johnson are out.
Oh, no.
Interesting piece at LifeSet.com. The Nonpartisan Commission on Presidential Debates, the contributions that have been made from members of that commission have all gone to Hillary Clinton.
Oh, really?
The co-chairman, Mike McCurry, who was a White House press secretary under Bill Clinton, contributed to the Clinton campaign, as did business executive Richard Parsons, who's on the commission, as did Antonia Hernandez, who's the CEO of California Community Foundation, and commission board member Shirley Tilghman has made no campaign contributions, but she appears in a video entitled "Hillary Fan" and has praised the Democrat nominee's leadership in speeches delivered at Princeton University.
How is that even legal? I mean, legal, but I mean, morally sound to have that happening.
Well, it does. I mean, I guess.
And will it affect the debate? I mean,
I guess you have both campaigns agreeing to the rules, so
right.
You know you factor that in. It's not like they're imposing this on Trump. He's got to agree to the strictures of the debates as well. But no teleprompter, no notes. So this is going to be very off the cuff, and it seems to me this is going to be Hillary's attempt to make the best argument she has to make. And the best argument she has to make is that Trump is unfit and unqualified for office. That's the hurdle he still has to clear to close the deal on this thing.
So you think that's how she's going to approach this?
I think it's going to be, she's going to go try and go fact intensive. She's going to try and be idiosyncratic. It's very much like when George W. Bush, right, you know, he was criticized for mispronouncing the names of foreign leaders. Right. And they did the whole, you know, who's the president of Kazakhstan, right? That kind of stuff.
I know that.
Right?
It's Borat.
Yeah, exactly.
Did I get it right?
No.
Yeah.
So, but it seems to me seems to me that's what Hillary is going to try and do. She's going to try and show breadth and depth of knowledge, and cast Trump as someone who doesn't have the requisite intellectual curiosity and base of knowledge to be president. And it's going to be very interesting to see how Trump pivots around that.
And Hillary, 26 years she's been studying world leaders, their names, their spouse's name, their children's names. So she's going to be studied and ready to go, come a week from tonight.
Yeah, she knows all the names and all the players, and yet she still can't get one decision right.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM 560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
A storm is on the horizon, and you need to keep the lights on no matter what. Your business relies on the power being on 24/7. It's the lifeblood of your data and computer systems. Weather-related outages from the power company are not acceptable. Your need for a source of power that's reliable 24/7, along with round-the-clock service that can dispatch technicians to your site immediately, is mission critical. Your business needs Charles Equipment Energy Systems on speed dial. These are the big boys, not residential or solar, but reliable industrial generators for emergency backup or events. When you need more than a 100-foot extension cord plugged into a small engine generator, call Charles Equipment Energy Systems. They keep the lights on with rental generators for job sites or power outages. They'll also keep you cool this summer with temporary air conditioners for any situation, big or small. Call 630-834-6000. That's 630-834-6000 or charlesequipment.com. charlesequipment.com. Reserve now for summer festival season.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Religious freedom no more. We'll discuss with Ave Maria University President Jim Toohey at 8:38.
And somebody got Tindered right here at the Playpen in Chicago. We'll explain. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
64 degrees. Authorities say a 28-year-old New Jersey man is the suspect in a weekend bombing in New York City. Investigators say Ahmed Rahami is either currently or a former resident of Elizabeth, New Jersey, where a device blew up last night. They're warning that Rahami is armed and dangerous. The bombings at New York City, New Jersey Shore, Elizabeth, New Jersey, have authorities rethinking about an active terror cell that may be operating in New York and New Jersey. Former NYPD Commissioner Bill Bratton says Saturday's bombing in Seaside Park and in the Manhattan-Chelsea neighborhood now appear to be related.
I think resolution of what exactly happened over this past weekend in New York and New Jersey, it appears that the two now may be linked. I think there'll be a lot of resolution of that in the coming hours. It seems to be coming together very quickly.
The suspect in a knife attack at a central Minnesota shopping mall has been identified as 20-year-old Dahir Aden. Mahmoud Muhammad of the St. Cloud Area Somali Salvation Group says the community is devastated by the news. St. Cloud Mayor Dave Kleiss says the swift actions of an off-duty part-time Avon, Minnesota police officer, Jason Falconer, stopped the attacker.
As somebody who has had an opportunity to witness the surveillance tape in Macy's and witnessed what he did, he clearly prevented additional injuries and potentially loss of life.
Now, Aiden was a junior at St. Cloud State University and is suspected of stabbing 9 at that mall on Saturday night. A portion of the CTA's Red Line suspended on Chicago's South Side for a time today due to a fatal incident on the tracks. No one in custody after a pregnant woman was killed, a man critically hurt, wounded in a shooting on Chicago's South Side near 87th and Marquette. And charges are pending after an off-duty Chicago police officer died in a motorcycle crash. Officer Charles Barango's motorcycle was struck by a car that ran a red light on Sunday. And Money.com is out with its list of 50 best places to live in America. Now, they analyze such things as taxes, education, and health care, and Columbia, Maryland, came in first. Number 10, Naperville. Chicago sports, Brewers clipped the Cubs 3-1, while the White Sox suffered a 10-3 loss to the Royals, Bears, and Eagles on Monday Night Football. The news, a service of DEA Heroin and Opioid Awareness Week. 580 people will try heroin for the first time today. This week, do your part to learn about the devastation of prescription opioid misuse and heroin, and share the message. Visit GetSmartAboutDrugs.com to spread awareness and change lives. 8:33 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher sees a spiral in the Clinton campaign.
Let me allow you to fully embrace how bad things are right now for the Clinton campaign with tightening polls, how good things are going for Donald Trump. It has turned in a major way. Donald Trump, once again, all of us who've raised concerns about Hillary Clinton's health are being vindicated.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, a family tradition since 1897.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing, independently owned business bank. Signature Bank listens to your story, learns about your business, and sticks with their customers. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Mick O'Rourke, co-founder, president, and CEO of Signature Bank. We founded Signature Bank in 2006 with one goal: to serve as Chicago's business bank. Now, 10 years later, we've seen that vision turn into a reality. We'd like to help your business realize all of its potential. My co-founders and I have many years of experience in commercial banking. When we learn about your business, we sit down across the table from you. When you have concerns, we pick up the phone to talk them through. We know your name and your story. At Signature Bank, when we make a commitment, we deliver.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
8:36. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The southbound Tri-State Tollway has mild delays from 21 to 137, then huge delays from Willow to Balmoral with a crash now on the right shoulder. Northbound Stop and Go Archer to 31st and Roosevelt to Balmoral. Eastbound Adams Tollway heavy from the Elgin Toll to 31 and Arlington Heights Road to Lee. Westbound till 53 to Meacham. Veterans Memorial still bumper to bumper from Boughton to the Reagan Tollway. Army Trail Toll to 290. Eden's inbound, 35 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 40. The Kennedy, an hour and 3 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 56 minutes. The Eisenhower's an hour and a half. From Thorndale to the post office, outbound 55 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 12 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 45 minutes. Ryan, 35 minutes from 95th to downtown. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, and your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Sunshine this morning, clouds this afternoon, thunderstorms late, 85 this afternoon, 64 overnight. Currently, 67. Next news at 9, Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Money Hour Radio Show, Saturday afternoons at 3 on AM 560 The Answer. Brought to you by Pure Shale Financial Group.
Don't miss Freedom Summit Chicago 2016, October 29th in Itasca. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
And Amy Jacobs is going to be at Freedom Summit, so you don't want to miss that.
Oh, and I heard Dan Proft is going to be there
He
as
may
well.
be there.
Yeah, oh, okay.
He may.
You're going to let us
They're
hang in suspension?
They're still negotiating with him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He commands a high
Oh,
dollar
that's right.
figure.
You charge.
That's right.
I can't even get my gas paid for, but that's all right. Oh,
So here's the deal. We're going to continue updating, of course, the information related to the 3 terrorist attacks over the weekend in New York, New Jersey, and Minnesota. We've discussed the manhunt that is underway for Ahmad Khan Rahami, 28-year-old Afghan national. His home in Elizabeth, or his residence in Elizabeth, New Jersey, raided.
Mm-hmm. And they believe this new surveillance video that came out overnight that he's the man in both locations and that they identified him through the surveillance video. They're looking for him. They found 5 of his relatives in a car. They're still being questioned at this time, and now there's an FBI hunt out for Rahami.
And so we'll update that. Of course, Mike Scott and his newscast will keep you updated as well. Kind of a related story about religious freedom in this country. This interesting piece over the weekend from Charles C. Haynes, who is the director of the Religious Freedom Center of the Newseum Institute. He references a U.S. Commission on Civil Rights report that appears to put our first freedom in dire straits. This report that was released earlier this month suggests that civil rights protections ensuring non-discrimination are of preeminent importance in the American jurisprudence. And Mr. Haynes suggests that what the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights is saying is that conflicts between religious freedom and non-discrimination principles are resolved by denying accommodation for religious conscience, except in very rare and narrow circumstances, thus dramatically changing this idea of religious freedom upon which the country was founded. And we've seen this, of course, play out in instances with bakers and wedding photographers and the like. For more on this and other topics, we're pleased to be joined again by Jim Toohey. He's the president of Ave Maria University, and he's going to be in town this Wednesday night for an Aid for Women dinner. Aid for Women is a Catholic pregnancy center that will be at the Union League Club on Wednesday night, Aid for Women. Jim Toohey, thanks so much for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dan. Good to be back with you.
So your reaction to that U.S. Commission on Civil Rights report and the kind of what that portends for religious freedom in this country as the president of a religiously oriented university?
I've been very disappointed with the Obama administration and their misunderstanding of religious freedom. This is just further evidence of it. I think there's never been a presidency more hostile to religious freedom than this one. This commission report is nothing new. We've been seeing this in the Department of Education. We've been seeing it across the government and HHS with their contraceptive mandate. You know, people can disagree about, hotly disputed topics like contraception, but when you're forcing people to violate their own conscience to do something the government believes is necessary, when the government has other means to achieve it, it's wrong. And so, my reaction is no surprise here, disappointed as always, and this administration will go down as the worst on religious freedom in my lifetime.
So do you think by offering contraception, they're promoting promiscuity?
No, I think they can offer contraception, and people can agree or disagree on whether contraception is how, from a religious standpoint, where that stands up. But my point is, don't force people of religious conviction to be the foot soldiers in the armies of contraception. And so that's the Obama administration launched out on that when they had plenty of other ways that they could get this distributed. Their goal was to go after religious folks. I really believe that. I've watched them when they've had opportunities to make reasonable accommodations. They never have. In fact, the Supreme Court came out and said as such. So, I think this administration has enjoyed the culture war and the leverage they have with executive authority, and they're making the so-called value voters and the religious folks suffer from it.
You worked for the President George W. Bush Office of Faith-Based Initiatives, and I wonder how you would respond to the criticism. Well, George W. Bush went too far the other direction in terms of using government to promote religion, even from an ecumenical perspective. And now you just have a rebalancing of government's relationship to religion.
Well, it's an interesting accusation, but you never hear people give any evidence to support that charge. I ran the Faith-Based Initiative for 4.5 years. The goal was to level the playing field so that faith-based groups wouldn't be discriminated against. And when he took office, they were. If they had a religious statement in their articles of incorporation, if the board was all of one faith, if they had a cross or a mezuzah up in the hall, they couldn't get federal funding. None of that required by the Constitution, by the way. And so the president leveled the playing field. There was no channeling of funds. The great majority of money, actually, of the federal social welfare dollar goes to organizations that are secular. Faith-based charities don't even get 5% of it. So there wasn't a reshifting. It was just a nice jingle that people made because he often spoke as a Christian man, but there's no evidence to support it. What we've seen with the Obama administration is a dismantling of protections that have stood under Republican and Democratic presidents for decades.
Well, and the interest, and just on that point too, I mean, one of the things that perhaps is most chilling, even more chilling than the kind of Orwellian non-discrimination misdirection play, is the outright targeting of people based on the religious beliefs by the IRS, where there's no even accusation of discrimination. It's just, send us copies of your prayers.
Right. No, it should frighten Americans that even if you're not a religious person, it should frighten Americans when they're starting to treat sacred scripture as hate speech. There's a legitimate role for government to play in regulating conduct, provided that it's not infringing on fundamental American liberties. And the freedom of religious belief and freedom of exercise of religion is foundational for our country. And I've just watched it be assaulted, and now you're seeing it play out more and more where people of conscience have nowhere to hide. I don't know if this is going to change in the next administration, but it's been bad under President Obama.
So hearing what you're saying about President Obama and his administration, Hillary Clinton would be a continuance of his administration. Are you backing Donald Trump?
Hey, Amy, no tough questions this morning.
Well, I mean, is he in line with what you believe morally?
The problem a lot of my friends have, Mike Gerson and others that have written on this subject far more eloquently, is it's hard to get behind Donald Trump because you don't know where he's coming from and where he stands on issues, including this one. I mean, here they are in a campaign that's been going on for some time, and you still really don't know where his religion. What's he going to do on religious liberty? So, I'm not sure where that would head.
Well, he said he is pro-life. I mean, before he was pro-choice, now he's pro-life. Does that give you any hope?
I'm hoping, I think a lot of us are going to be taking air sickness bags into the voting booth and see how we do.
I hear you.
I just decided to not think about it till November. I'll probably watch the debates. It'll unfortunately look like the Jerry Springer show, but what the heck?
Well, we hope no chairs are going to be thrown.
Yeah, except by Roy Innis.
It's hard to believe that this is the best our country can do, and these are our two choices, but I guess that's where we are, huh?
We're talking to Jim.
Why don't you two run? You'd be a good ticket.
It's a little late.
Yeah.
It's a little late. We got a ballot access issue. We're talking to Jim Toohey. He's president of Ave Maria University. I want to get your perspective as the president of, again, a religiously affiliated university, where you see your institution of higher learning trending, because you had this gambit that was admittedly beat back, but this gambit to really almost permanently inhibit religiously affiliated universities in California from fulfilling their religious mission. And I wonder if you have some trepidation about that happening to Ave Maria and to other religiously affiliated institutions.
Well, the argument they made in California was, hey, you guys are claiming to be a religious institution, and there's no evidence of it. One of the things we're very proud of at Ave Maria University, and we actually get a lot of students from the Chicago area that come to our campus. We're proud that we're, authentically Catholic. We love the Pope. We follow the magisterium. Our students are about 85% Catholic. So we have a decent amount of diversity, but it's clearly identified as a Catholic university. We hire keeping in mind our mission as a Catholic institution, seeking followers of Jesus Christ. So, we have so much evidence to show that we are authentically a faith-based institution that the challenge that you see in California would not hit us. However, when you see the government starting to pick and choose and sift through organizations and, you're not really religious and we're going to decide that, that's what scared the Supreme Court in their decision. They don't want to get in the middle of that, and I don't know why the government is, other than I think, again, it's just going after the moral values that some of these institutions hold.
Speaking on that topic, you were honored to participate in Mother Teresa, now Saint Teresa of Calcutta's canonization Mass a couple of weeks back. I think you offered a reading at the Mass, and I wonder if you could share with our listeners what that was like.
Wow, well, that's something I'll never forget. When I stood there at the lectern and looked out, and there are 250,000 people, that's a big crowd there, right? And it was a privilege. The sisters in Calcutta had conferred on me, and I think in honor of Ave Maria University. And so, I had the privilege to work for Mother for 12 years, and she, taught me a lot and obviously changed the direction of my life. So I have a real debt to them. But the day was glorious and hot and muggy, so a little bit of Calcutta there in the square. And but people from all over the world, I mean, you just saw flags from everywhere coming to honor this humble, simple woman. I think she has a lot to say to America right now as we are making decisions, because she was so humble and she cared about others and the truth. And those are lessons we could be learning right now as we get ready to vote.
And Jim Toohey will have a lot more to say when he's in town on Wednesday for the 8 for Women annual benefit dinner that's at the Union League Club of Chicago. He will be the keynote speaker. Jim Toohey, president of Ave Maria University. Jim, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Great to be with you, Amy and Dan. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, a Tinder day from HE Double Hockey Sticks. Dan's going to explain. Was he involved? But first, plenty of sunshine to greet you on your Monday back to work day. It's going to be warm, breezy. Take a break at lunch because you're going to enjoy the 85-degree temperatures. And then tonight for the Bears-Eagles game, it's going to be clear, 75 degrees at kickoff time. And then late this evening, early tomorrow morning, we're going to have some strong thunderstorms roll through here. And by tomorrow morning, it'll be brilliant sunshine and a high of 82. Any brilliancy on the roadways? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Well, it's slowly getting better, Amy, on the inbound Kennedy. Delays start at Sayre. It's an hour from O'Hare to downtown, 35 minutes from Montrose. No savings in the Express. Outbound 48 minutes downtown to O'Hare. Edens, 35 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose. Outbound 40, the Eisenhower. An hour and 25 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. An hour 10 from Manheim. Outbound an hour to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 8 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 40 minutes. Ryan, 35 minutes, 95th to the Loop. That's traffic. AM 560, The Answer.
This is Bob.
Hi, I'm Bob.
His company put their trust in Air Comfort to keep their business running cool all summer. Bob knows the value of proper chiller maintenance that includes end-of-season service, so he'll be ready for next summer.
I'm ready.
Dave, on the other hand, thought he could put off servicing his chiller at the end of last season and had 3 complete shutdowns this summer. Needless to say, his staff and customers were not happy. Moral of the story? Preventative maintenance will save you time, money, and trouble. As the hot weather ends, you need maintenance on your chiller before the start of next season. Air Comfort has one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with a dedicated factory-trained chiller department that takes a scientific approach to analyzing your system and determining any needed maintenance. They know how to work on large equipment, perform an analysis of your chiller, and get you ready for next season. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
Hiring people is probably the worst part of my job. It's such a hassle, the searching, the sorting through resumes. Most people don't have the right experience.
We started using ZipRecruiter about 3 months ago. Right from the start, you could tell it was going to make hiring a lot easier. One click and my job was posted to 100+ job boards, all the top sites.
All of the candidates came to my dashboard, and it's easy to compare them. Thumbs up if I liked them, thumbs down if I didn't. No emails and attachments, printing up docs, phone calls, none of that.
And I couldn't believe the number of great applicants we got. I had the person we needed within 1 week. I don't know how we hired before ZipRecruiter.
Whether you're looking to fill one position or 20, find the best candidates with ZipRecruiter, where your job is just one click away from 100+ job sites. ZipRecruiter, the fastest way to hire. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/work. That's ZipRecruiter.com/work. ZipRecruiter.com/work.
Message and data rates may apply.
If you're considering going back to school, ask yourself the following questions. Do you need the flexibility to take classes on your schedule? Do you have college credits you need transferred? Do you want to earn a quality degree from a world-renowned university? If you answered yes to any of these questions, Arizona State University is the perfect school for you. Arizona State University offers over 100 highly ranked degree programs 100% online. You'll earn the same degree as you would on campus, from wherever you are, on your schedule. Plus, ASU Online accepts most transfer credits. For information, text LEARN to 42424. Learn for yourself why the Wall Street Journal ranks ASU 5th in the nation for producing the best qualified graduates, and why 90% of ASU grads are recruited within 90 days of graduation. Learn to grow, learn to succeed, and learn to thrive at Arizona State University. To learn more about ASU online degrees, text LEARN to 42424. Again, that's LEARN to 42424.
AM 560, The Answer.
Yeah. You can find it on the water. You can find it on the walkway.
Well, I'll tell you what.
You can find it via Tinder.
Be careful about the dating apps, apparently. Like, you should be careful when you get solicited by a hot young thing who makes you send money to the Philippines, Representative Sandek.
Here is the story of Kayla Hutch from Chicago, who matched with Ahmad Parada on a dating app called Tinder, and it started out so promising.
I don't know any of these people. If anyone is on Lake Michigan, please come and save me.
And then it turned into that because she resisted Ahmad Parada's Tinder advances, but then he said, come to this boat, and we're going to go to the playpen over the lake.
Oh, doesn't that look fun? Have you ever been there?
Yeah. And she said, a boat? Oh, well, now I'm interested.
Oh.
So she went on the boat, but then found that she was with a bunch of other women that Ahmad Parada had also invited on the boat, and she was trying to catch a dinghy ashore, if you know what I mean.
I don't know. How quickly can we get back to shore? The answer is we can't. We can't. I yelled at one of these boats going by. I told them I would pay them $100 to take me back to shore.
But there were no takers initially.
And you can't swim. It's not legal. You're not allowed to swim back to shore.
So she's on her 3-hour tour with Ahmad Parada while he's making time with other ladies. And she recounts
Do you think he might have some issues?
She recounts the story live on YouTube.
He's got all the girls are about it. So he's been like messaging me and texting me. I'm on Facebook Live. Messaging me and texting me for 6 months, and I haven't been. There's no one watching, unfortunately. And I haven't been responding until he said there was a boat. So I was like, ooh, a boat. And I decided to come. And then the first girl I meet, I said, how do you know everyone? She said, oh, I met Ahmad on Tinder. And I said, oh my God, I am stuck here for 5 hours.
Ew, maybe she has some issues too.
Maybe she should have some issues because she's all of a sudden interested in him because he has a boat or invited her to a boat.
Yeah, and sorry, that women find that attractive in certain situations. I don't.
No,
I don't care if you have a
above that.
boat. I just want somebody to have a minivan.
Right.
That's hot and sexy to me. A used minivan. It's got to be used.
And a heart of gold.
Yes.
I
don't care about looks. I care about personality.
Oh, of course.
And moral.
What's on the inside of the wallet?
I don't care if they're 4'9".
And
I just lift them up. Hello.
I'm happy to report the story has a happy ending.
Oh, it does good.
Kayla made it to shore without having to endure all 5 hours of Ahmad.
I was rescued. There's the boat in the distance. I'm going home, guys. I'm going home.
Seriously, she needs to get a life.
Yes, and
some new friends.
And off Tinder.
You're going to need a bigger boat. You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
For over 4 years, foreclosure defense attorney Lou Bridges has shared the truth about foreclosures. For as little as $80, you can advertise your business in Lou's show on AM 560 The Answer. It's easy. Your advertisements will be professionally written and produced. You'll get credible exposure for your business on a radio station that touches listeners in 4 states. All sponsorships in the show are category exclusive. All sponsors must pass a rigorous vetting process prior to Lou endorsing and recommending your company to his listeners. Lou is looking for sponsors in the following categories: credit repair, HVAC, moving, siding, roofing, banking, IRS tax resolution, car dealers, painting, remodeling, and lawyers. Don't delay. Find out today how you can reach potential customers for only $80 a week with The Lou Bridges Show. To become a sponsor on AM 560 The Answer, call Larry Chappell now at 847-312-8197. That's 847-312-8197.
Blaine, the technical director, and Cesar Perez, the executive producer. We're back here tomorrow morning now with the latest on the terrorist attacks going on. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan will get the latest from Fox on developments along the East Coast and in Minnesota in just moments. Also, a pregnant woman killed, a man wounded in a Chicago shooting. Our forecast comes up after Fox. WIND Chicago News Time is 9.